Standing on the sidelines, lying on repeat. Little campfire, fiction for the front row seat. Day after day, same story, same spin. You dress up the rumor like it's evidence, then grin. You point at a case, say look at that man, but you don't got a screenshot, don't got a plan. You talk about a white car like it's some smoking gun, but every single detail falls apart one by one. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Every word you throw, someone pays. We gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Fog lights blazing, you still mumble in the haze. Goofy gray static, every channel, every day. You shout, I got proof, but your pockets stay bare. Just echo in an alley, just dust in the air. Just another idiot, storytelling every day. You build crooked houses out of things you can't say. You sell loaded rumors like they're holy signs, while family sits shaking on the other side of the line. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Every word you throw, someone pays. We gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. How many names gotta fade off the page while you chase fake ghosts in the secondhand rage? We want hard facts, not your costume show. Turn the cameras to the damage, let the real story glow. Let the real story glow. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Every word you throw, someone pays. We gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Standing on the sidelines. Coffee's bitter, like the names on the screen. Faces flicker, but they never come clean. Every headline feels like one more scam. Whole damn system built on sleight of hand. We've been patient, boiling over, tired eyes, late nights fighting sober. Every story points the same way. Every road sign says somebody pays. True Crime Cafe, we're seeking truth. Day goes want answers, we're coming for you. Crooked as hell and you're laughing our face. Darkness covered crimes, we light up this place. All we want is justice, that's the only ask. They go in the cafe, built for this task. Let's get to it. Shut it down fast, shut it down fast, shut it down fast. Shut it down fast, yeah! Backroom whispers, paper trails gone cold. Kids grow older, carrying what they're told. Questions piling like cups in the sink. Every dirty deed closer than you think. Dishonest and backwards, twist every word. But we've got the screenshots we've already heard. You can bury the proof, but you Crew, true crew, yeah. Step up, get stepped on. Fizzy, sassy, Cassie, mama bear on the call. Brandy B, Tandy swinging hammers through the wall. Tomboys are the last 24 on the grind. SRB, Rach, Molly, Drake on the line. Wisdom speaks while you're looking down. Breakdown, typically unique. Shut a fake clown, face down. Moonlit baby roll, Chrissy Chaos in the chat. Cat K, Bonnie B, Lucy pushing back. Black P, Randy Foley, a story on deck. Moderating all the mess, keep the timeline in check. They do it all the time, make a problem disappear. Say the word once, stay up there. Blue crew, true crew, better put respect on the name. They run this scene, they don't play that game. Trolls beware, cause they don't ever care. Running this shit, making everyone aware. Day after day, yeah, they do it their way. Locking it down when the room go crack. Blue crew, 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 flags in the air. If you slide sideways, better say a quick prayer. Woo! They keep it in line. Keep it in line. From the first loud thing to the late night side. Blue crew, true crew, better put respect on the name. They run this scene, they don't play that game. Trolls beware, cause they don't ever care. Running this shit, making everyone aware. Day after day, yeah, they do it their way. Locking it down when the room go crazy. Crew, true crew, flags in the air. Say thank you loud if you really dare. A true crime cafe, they go to softballs. Cold brew, cold case, chalk lines on the gloss. Seeking the truth, finding the time, files on the counter, grind with the grind. Blue crew backs him, keeps him in line. Sirens in his pocket, eyes on the sign. Got a wall full of faces, string tied tight, every red pen circle, another long night. True crime cafe. Get free, gotta find answers, gotta make time, everything will be fine if the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. Moving the bullshit, praying low real. Knuckles on the table, fighting for the next meal. True justice far out of view. Smoke in the doorway, what else can he do? Hoping he can answer just a few names in a notebook, voices breaking. Get free, gotta find answers, gotta make time, everything will be fine if the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. What's up, this all fucking crazy out there, right? Metal in the fuck your shit! Yeah, okay. Hey, metal in my veins, hip hop on my tongue. Blue crew, true, we forever young. Fizzy, sassy, Cassie, mama bear in the chat. Brandy B, 10D, put the hammer where it's at. Hey. Tomboys, other the last 24 lock. SRB, Rax, Molly, make the chaos stop. Drake with the wisdom speaks, typically unique. Moonlit, baby roll, keeps the wolves on our leash. Yeah. Blue crew, true crew, they moderating us, keeping it in line, cleaning up your stress. Static on the screen, mouse moves sound strange. Cut the feed, cut the frame, who's really in range? Moscow midnight, marble teeth, grin white, writing history in hard drives, while the heart lives hide inside the archives. Every angle, every edit, every alibi. Turn the color down so the blood look dry. Turn the volume up till the truth sounds shy. Local tyrants in design and tie. Sign the story, make the story die. Redacted skies, lies falling from the clouds and lines. We know the names, we see the maps, we read the signs. Cries ring out, but they vanish in the static haze. Can't look away, our souls we pray to keep these days. Occupy the broadcast, occupy the block. Camera in the window, cable in a knot. Fingerprint on the footage when they crop that shot. Wrong place, wrong time, that's the script they drop. Audio degrading, cut the bodies from the sound. Every witness pushed, every memory drowned. Everyone knows who's burning this town, but the big doors close, eyes fixed on the ground. Redacted skies, lies falling from the clouds and lines. We know the names, we see the maps, we read the signs. Cries ring out, but they vanish in the static haze. Can't look away, our souls we pray to keep these days. Who hears the mothers? Who counts the dead? Who owns the lenses pointed at our heads? Beyond this justice, twisted and misread, there has to be a better path, not painted red. Redacted skies, lies falling from the clouds and lines. We know the names, we see the maps, we read the signs. Cries ring out, but they vanish in the static haze. Can't look away, our souls we pray to keep these days.
Alrighty then, welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are open for business, guys. Plenty to talk about today. We're going to be talking about some new statements that were made. Who actually drank the Kool-Aid is what's in the title, guys, but there's a reason for that. There's some crazy things being spread around and talked about that makes you wonder about some other things. So we're going to be doing that. And I will be personally reacting to the Nancy Disgraceful video, interview, so on and so forth. So be prepared. You may hear some words come out of my mouth that you're not used to hearing. So that's coming today, as well as a couple other little things that I've been going down here as we discuss this. I do believe that Miss Kim from Typically Unique is joining me. So we're going to get into this and see what we got going on. And we'll see later on after we do that. Towards the end, guys, I'll probably drop a link and allow everybody to pop up here and voice their feelings and opinions at that point, if we get to that point. So thank you all again for joining me. Make sure to hit that like button. Share this out, please, and thank you. And let's get this show on the road. You guys know what comes next.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage, justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir, echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
Alrighty. Welcome back, guys. It is great to see you all today. I hope you're all having an amazing day. Staying warm, staying safe. Great to see you all. Good morning to you. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are, whoever you are. I hope it's good for you guys. It's great to be here with you. It is so amazing to be back in the house. I missed you guys yesterday. I was grateful to see you guys last night over there supporting us for Crimes After Dark with Devil's Advocates. Last night was a great show. For those of you that were there, thank you so much for that support. We appreciate that so very much. Thank you to my amazing moderators for all being here, taking time out of their day. My executive producer, Last 24, Mikey Z in the house. Make sure you guys check out his channel as well. And my amazing and beautiful videographer, Miss Molly, who creates the music in the intro videos. Gotta love them, as both of them. I wouldn't be here without them or any of these other amazing Blue Crew peeps in the house, guys. That's how I exist and why I exist for all of you. So thank you all so much for all you do for this amazing channel and this amazing community coming together. I'm so very proud of this community and all that are involved in it. Thank you all. Excuse me. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable. And guys, if you're interested in maybe wearing a t-shirt that has a baby picture of me on it, there you go. Check it out over at the the merch shop we have. I know who the hell would want to wear a baby picture of this ugly mug. I'm just saying. We got plenty more things in there. You can get a True Crime Cafe t-shirt, sweatshirt, hoodie, hat, coffee mug, all sorts of fun things. We got all sorts of stuff in there. So go check out that link. If you're interested in any of our merch, please enjoy it if you will. Thank you again to our designer, Miss Cassie, Sassy Cassie. She designs all of our amazing stuff in there. And she does a very great job of it as well. Come on in, grab a seat. Who do we got joining us today? Looks like Don Cap's in the house. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us, Satire. Welcome back to USRBBB. Yes, if you guys want to jump into sauce with us and become a meatball, that's how you do it right there. Clicking that link. Bada bing, bada boom. Forget about it. Paisley's post, good to see you. Wonders Deep in the house. Great to have you in the house today. Moonlight Baby, welcome back. Great to see ya. Seahawks fan Miss Tandy's in the house. Got off work early and joining us left and right. Good to see you guys. Miss Karen from Zville, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Ange K87, welcome. Cammy Harbaugh, welcome back to you. Donna 7 and 9, always great to see you in the house. Thank you for joining us today. Sorry, guys. Let me see. Juror 13, great to see you. Margaret, welcome back to you. As always wonderful to see you guys. Michelle F. And welcome to all our peeps from over the pond. Always happy to see all of our UKers and Aussies and all of our friends from Canada. Every bit of you guys. Appreciate all you guys in the house here. So many people tuning in from so many different places. It's amazing. Offset Guitar Tech, my friend, welcome to you. Good to see you today. Rise Hamilton, welcome. Great to see you in the house as well. Let's see. Lisa Winchester, welcome back to you. Jesse Lynn. Miss Grace Kirk, wonderful to see you. Blue Devils in the house. Lord, sorry guys. Miss Rowe. Now, No Woman Cry. Cool. And welcome from South Africa. That's awesome. Love it. Miss Joanne, good to see you. Good to have you in the house today. D-Dog's wifey, welcome to you. Let's see. Is Miss Essie here? Did I see my boys? Good to see you. I thought Essie Michaels in the house. Good to see you, Miss Essie. Thank you for joining us here. Another awesome moderator from over at Devil's Advocates joining us here. Part of our family now. Witchy was, Witchy is, Witchy who. Good to see you. Thomas Sharp, been a minute. Great to see you, Miss Charlotte. Thank you for joining us. Yvette Clifton, Inside Your Bones. I got your the message you had sent over Inside Your Bones. Very wild and interesting for sure. Amen to that one, Satire. Boriqua, welcome to you. Great to see you today. John T4, welcome. Sleuther75, great to see you. Beth Wagner, welcome back. Miss Karen Folquez, good to see you as well. Blue Devil jumping in the sauce with us today. We got 2 new meatballs joining us already. Italian girl, good to see you today as well. Let's see. Did 124 peeps in the house, guys. 71 likes. Let's see if we can make that match just a little bit more. Aquamarine, good to see you. I think I got just about everybody. And if I did, La Fugitiva, welcome. I love your name. If I didn't, I will definitely catch up with you if I miss out on you. Hemi's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Sorry, guys. The Tilted Halo, welcome back to you. Jew Drops, welcome. Kales XOXOXO, great to have you here. Again, please make sure to share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing here today and hit that like button if you will, please, and thank you. Welcome to the Rhode Island Housewife. I think she was the first one in the house today. Good to see you. Poetic Justice, welcome. Pennywise in the house. Good to see you. Growlers Growlery. Thank you for joining us. Miss Noni McPoppins, great to see you. Cat K, welcome, Cat. Great to see you again. And Randy Burr, my brother from another mother. Good afternoon to you. Thank you again to all my amazing blue crew for taking time out of their day to join us. Tomboy's in the house. I see you're up there. SoCal Gal, good to see you. Cynthia Rose RN, welcome back. Astastic, wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us. Looks like Juror 13 gifted a membership. Thank you so much for that. And it looks like DKM 905 got it. Congrats, DKM. Welcome to the sauce. And thank you again, Juror 13. Very generous of you. And very awesome. Mama J, good to see you today as well. Thank you for joining us. Heidi Smith, welcome back. Moonlit Baby, she just dropped 5 memberships. That was awesome. Guys, kicking it off. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on a minute here. I don't see where yours dropped. Oh, there they are. It looks like Offset Guitar Tech, Viper Puppets, Toe Beans. I love that name. Bottom of Kitty's Paws, Toe Beans. And IBK3, congrats. Welcome to the sauce, as well as Forever Nights. All you guys, we got 7 new meatballs jumping in today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, and look at that, just like magic. Poof, she appears. Welcome, Miss Kim. How are you today?
Hi. Is my sound okay?
Yeah, say something again.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I had to turn you up. I couldn't hear you on my side. It wasn't your fault, my fault.
Okay.
Yes, welcome, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good.
Wonderful.
I'm good. How have you been?
I'm doing great. I am doing great. Thank you for joining us today.
Ready for today's show.
Yes. Satire just dropped 5 new memberships as well. Thank you so much for that. Looks like FB the Cook, Justin Z. Wait a minute. Justin's 33, Going Postal, Unicorn of Hope, 8226. Wait a minute. Let me double check that one. Make sure it skips ahead. I hate when it does that. Goter 6. I think that's it. All of you guys, welcome to the sauce. 12 new members. And bam, Michelle F dropping the first towards our goal. Thank you so much for that. Again, Michelle, hang on 1 second, Miss Kim. All right, 2 coffees out of that. Thank you so much, Michelle. One more time. And of course, I gotta thank Miss Kim for helping me out with those amazing thank yous to you guys, because you guys deserve something special every time you do something like that. I think I appreciate that. Thank you again, Miss Kim. Very cool.
I love seeing them from this side.
Yeah, you did a good job when they're very cool.
Thanks.
Very cool. Today, guys, you saw the Koolaid man hanging out backstage when I came in. Who drank the Koolaid? Who actually drank the Koolaid is my question. And of course, like I said, for those of you that just popped in here, I'm gonna be reacting. I'm sure Miss Kim won't have the same reaction as me. I'm gonna be reacting to Nancy Disgraceful's interview video, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Here's some words might come out of my mouth that you might not appreciate, but she deserves it. I'll just put it at this point. Nothing but pure ignorance and nastiness at this, and she definitely needs to get herself together, in my opinion. Thank you, Tandy. Guys, if you want to become a meatball and jump into sauce with the rest of these awesome peeps in here, all you got to do is click one of them links there, guys, and it'll bring you into the sauce. You'll become a meatball like the rest of us, jumping in the sauce, spilling the sauce day after day. We don't spill tea over here. We spill sauce, so you know how that goes. Mary Holt, welcome. Good to see you. Firebox, great to have you in the house. Lisa Marie, is this Elvis's little baby girl? Oh my goodness.
Lisa Marie.
Gotta love it. Yeah. Let's see. I just saw something else hit the chat there too. Where did it go? Good Lord.
Moonlit baby.
That's what I thought. Oh, there they are.
You got
They
it
turned
pinned.
colors. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Moonlit. I dropped 5 more, and those went to. I think they like the fireworks and the rock. The thank you thing is why they're dropping these. No
Great.
coffee. No coffee. No talkie. After my own heart. I love it. Writer Alexander. Zodi the Ghost. Very cool name. Emerald Wonderland. Love that name too. Big Ronnie. Big Ronnie's in the house. Cab's here. Let's see. All of you guys, congrats. 17 new meatballs jumping into sauce with us. Thank you again, Moonlit. So very generous, very sweet. Circus Music, good to see you as well. Very amazing, and you know what that means. Once again, thank you so much.
Nice.
You guys are amazing, truly, and I truly love you guys so very much for all of that. We're almost at 20 new meatballs jumping into sauce, and we ain't even been here for 10 seconds. It's crazy.
Amazing.
It is truly amazing. Thank you guys so very much. Again, guys, if you have not yet checked out the channels in here, all of my mods are in here. They're so amazing. We got Typically Unique sitting up here next to me. Miss Kim, her channel, we need to drop that link in here for sure. Of course, my executive producer, the last 24, or Mikey that I call him, his link's in here. Make sure you check out his channel. Miss Molly and my videographer, please check out her channel as well. These are all amazing creators, guys, and I'm lucky enough to have them all on my team. Ha ha ha. So I love it. And thank you again, Kim, for joining me up here today. I appreciate you very much.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
Thank you for having me up here.
Oh, every time, anytime. Always. The door is always open and never needs to be an invite, and you know that. So there's Miss Kim's link right there, guys. Make sure to subscribe if you have not yet done it. What are you doing with your life? You're missing out. This lady puts out some amazing content, and it's all common sense, guys. She uses common sense, and I love that. That's why I respect her so much.
We try over here.
Very much so. Very much so. And I appreciate you too, brother. Looks like we got 167 peeps with 103 likes, so we're getting there. That's awesome. There's our Miss Molly right there. Yes, yes. Go check out her channel, guys. I'm telling you, she's so talented. Truly, she is who creates. For those of you that are new, because I see a lot of new faces in here again, guys. We are growing. We're almost at 12,000 subscribers, and we just hit 11 last month. So nice. I'm just telling you, yes, it's moving, and I love it, and I appreciate all the new faces. I hope you guys enjoy it here. We love having you, and we got plenty of room for you. That is a fact. Living Dead Girl, good to see you. I haven't known what I'm doing with my life for 41 years. I don't blame you. I get it. Well, now you're here, and that's all that matters, and we love you for being here. All right.
No power for 5 days.
Who said that?
Big Red Faye.
Oh my God, Faye. Broke your day.
Sorry about that. That's awful.
Jesus, that is nuts. Do you have it? Is it back? Did you have it back, Faye? 5 days, no power here in Great Ole Miss. I hope you have it back. That's horrible. I couldn't go like 1 day, let alone.
We had to go 3 days one time, and it was like you just automatically went back to
primitive days.
Civilization.
Yes, right. It's crazy. All right, let's see. Robin Dawn, welcome. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us. Well, I'm glad you're back, Big Red, and I hope you have everything back to where it needs to be. And I hope you got some heat at least. That would not be fun at all. Knock on wood, we haven't ever, knock on wood 3 times for that one. Okay. So has everybody been following? I'm trying to figure out. I think I'll do it after, because I'll build up my anger, and then I'll do that after the fact. Everybody has, plus we do have some new information that came out for those of you that didn't know, that the WSU lawsuit that was filed by the GONCALVES, the Laramies, their Kernodals, has been now moved to a federal level, and the state level case has been closed in that aspect and gone straight up to federal aspects. So very
I'm
interesting.
so shocked by that.
Yeah, that's where we'll start at today.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That is definitely shocking. But it's interesting at the same point. It makes you wonder, well, I think we know why, but why? You know what I mean? Why they did that.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's the... I shouldn't say anything ever shocks me in this case, but I just wasn't expecting that, I guess.
I don't think any of us were, because I was, I heard that they brought in a couple attorneys over there. WSU did, maybe a panel of attorneys, which I didn't have any, doubt that they would. Being the university that they are, I'm sure they would definitely have coverage on that one. Which told me, in my opinion, they weren't going to settle out of court. I'm hoping that that's the way it goes. It needs to go to trial and court and all that fun stuff, in my opinion, to point out the problems. And here's the thing. Somebody asked me this once we realized it, and said, do you think this could help Brian in this aspect? Could this change things? And I mean, I think it could. Truly, in my opinion. I mean, here's the thing. If it's at a federal level, there's going to be... Uh-oh. What happened here? Did that get taken down? Oh, whoa. Wait a minute, you guys. Something's... Oh, wow. Hold on a minute, you guys. 1 second.
I'll talk to you.
Sorry about that.
Sounds like the 911 call. I'll talk to you guys.
Go for it.
We're passing the 911 call phone back and forth.
Okay. Something...
I was looking at your screen and it looked like it glitched for just a second. And that was probably a minute or two before you said, uh-oh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, okay. It showed that it was down, and now it's weird. That was weird. So, okay. This was dropped this morning. 1 minute here by Kathy's Indie Zone. Miss Kathy does amazing stuff over there, guys. I'm hoping to get her to join me over here soon. There's her link right there. Please make sure to subscribe to her channel if you have not yet. The ghost is back. I know. Let's see if hopefully this works. Oh, something went weird with that video. That's odd. And this explains the whole federal situation thing, just to give you a better... can you guys see me? Can't see you.
Now we can.
Oh, okay. My cam isn't... Is it on now? Everything, you can see me and hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, guys, make sure to subscribe to Kathy's Indie Zone if you will. She explains here what's gone on and is going on with this lawsuit, guys. Very interesting. Kathy does a great job explaining this, so I will let her do it because I don't want to mess it up.
To federal court. This versus Washington State University.
Can you hear this okay?
On January 27th.
Yes.
2026.
All right, just so you guys know, there's no video here. It's just audio, okay?
Which is yesterday. The defense, Washington State University, who is represented by the Attorney General of the state of Washington, filed a notice of removal of the state lawsuit to federal court. Again, a removal notice was filed in Washington State Court, County of Skagit, removing the Washington State lawsuit, WSU lawsuit, that has been brought against them by GONCALVES and the 3 other families of the students to federal court. There is no longer a case active in state court. GONCALVES versus Washington State University will now proceed in federal court. I've gotten my hands on the removal notice, and I'm going to go ahead and I will read it to you. It's brief. It's just about 2.5 pages long. But we had thought that this might have been a possibility because of count 1 of the complaint. I have in a description to this live the link discussing count 1. That is the federal claim brought in state court under Title IX federal statute. That is what the defense cited to in the removal paperwork. Again, breaking news, the state case is closed. The lawsuit is proceeding in federal court. That's Goncalves et al. Versus Washington State University. WSU is represented by the Attorney General of the state of Washington. The case has already been initiated. There's a federal case number. We have an episode of the podcast that we just published that goes into a little bit of detail as to what the heck just happened. But I'd like to, at this time, discuss the removal action. This action is now proceeding in the United States District Court, Western District of Washington in Seattle. Steve Goncalves, Karen Laramie, Jeffrey Kernodle, Stacy Chapin versus Washington State University, a public university. The federal court case number is number 226 CV 00301. The filing is called a notice of removal to federal court. And this is to the clerk of the above entitled case and to the attorneys for the plaintiffs. Please take notice that the defendant, Washington State University, WSU, hereby removes this case, from the state court described below. It says here, this case alleges a violation of Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, 20 U.S.C., and then when you see that squiggly mark, 1681, that's section. It's 20 United States Code, Section 1681, as well as state law claims. The state law claims were for negligence, but count 1 was the federal claim, Title IX. Plaintiff's complaint has not yet been answered by the defendant, WSU. So look for an answer. There's either going to be an answer in affirmative defenses where there could be counterclaims, where Mr. Koberger could possibly be named as a third-party defendant. We don't know. This hasn't happened as of yet. Paragraph 2 discusses the fact that on January 7th, a complaint was filed. Superior Court of Washington for Skagit County gives the case number and all the parties. The complaint was served. That means a summons and a copy of the complaint was officially served on the defendant, Washington State University, by plaintiffs on January 7th. This notice of removal, it's timely. A notice of removal to federal court needs to be filed within 30 days, ladies and gentlemen, or they lose their opportunity to do so. Filed within 30 days of January 7th, was filed yesterday, January 27th. And so this will now be. And the filing of the complaint alleging an action, again, pointing out 20 U.S.C. 1681 against WSU. And then paragraph 5, the plaintiff's alleged defendant, WSU, violated Title IX of the Education Federal Statute, civil action of which this court has original jurisdiction because they put a federal claim in there.
So, pausing that for a minute. This is kind of interesting to me, okay? Because now that this is in the Fed's hands, I feel like there could be more exposed here. This, and again, like I was saying earlier on, this could maybe help out in situations. So, and I don't know how this is going to go down, okay? So don't quote me on anything I say. This is all purely alleged based on what I do know, okay? We know that the feds take things seriously. They don't play around. And I think it's a good idea in this aspect if that's the way it worked out, because they may be forced now to provide discovery that they wouldn't have in a state case, okay? And just an opinion. And in turn, if WSU's attorneys have investigators with this, I believe they would, that they look in and show different things, so on and so forth, to defend this. They may look into certain things, in my opinion. It's an opinion involving Brian in that situation. So, and they may surface some things that maybe they didn't even try to surface, and it could display some possibilities for Brian's case, in my opinion. This is just a thought. I don't know, Kim, any thoughts?
Absolutely. I immediately go to him being innocent as a defense. Like, he's not the one who did it, so you totally can't blame it on us. I don't know if we would go there now that it's at the federal level. Maybe I think when it was closer to home, they are in cahoots with Idaho, in my opinion. So they probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
That Title IX is no joke.
No.
Like, every educational facility program in the country, like, I have to go through training for it. Every teacher, everybody, because it's about abuse, I believe, abuse, like equality, because that's where, isn't that the women in sports? Isn't that where women in sports came in, Title IX? But it addresses so many things.
I think so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And here's
bullying,
the thing.
all that kind of stuff. Bullying's a big one in there. Yeah. Oh, I can't hear you. Are you talking?
I'm sorry. Like, yeah, that's interesting because like what I was saying, it looks to me like WSU or students, maybe some faculty from WSU kind of bullied Brian Koberger too. So, I mean, that's a little bit of an interesting statement in there. It definitely probably gives them more funding to do certain things, in my opinion, with what they have to do with the case. And I cannot at this point now, no problem, satire. At this point, I cannot imagine WSU is just going to lay down and take this. Okay.
No, and I think all they have to do is prove that they followed the codes and the laws and all that stuff within Title IX.
Yeah.
Like, as long as they did everything. Now, I question that because, just because a student told a professor, that professor has to do something with that information.
Exactly.
So I don't know if they did. Putting him on an improvement plan is a step. I don't know if that was the correct step. I don't know if these things were legal issues or not.
Agreed. Like Richie said, Title IX covers sex discrimination, harassment, equal access issues, safety issues. Here's the thing is, as a university, they would have to show that they did something to that you can't just ignore something like this. And if they did, then they would be in a whole lot of shit, in my opinion. So in that sense, they have to show something that they did. And I can't imagine that they didn't, period, is all I'm going to say. Then in turn, they're going to have to show proof of the allegations about Brian being this way. Show me that.
Yes.
Show me that. I want to see that. And if they don't have any of that, that's a problem. Go ahead.
Right, because I think everybody wonders, like, when these girls are saying, "Oh, he followed me and he did all these things," if those were not reported to if there's not a police report, I don't know how they're going to be able to go that route. Filing, like, letting your professor know is one thing, and getting actions going at the school is one thing, but it's not criminal at that point. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. there better be something on file with WSU showing that these people that made these accusations filed something, a report of some sort with WSU. And if they didn't, oh boy, that's a problem. Okay. Because then that makes these allegations, in my opinion, void. You never filed anything with the school. Now they're coming out now and saying this, but if they go back and they date these and they look at this, if those weren't filed in a timely manner when these situations supposedly and allegedly happened, then I think we have an issue here. So,
and a lot of times when you have those federal statutes like that, whatever they're called, the Title IX program,
right.
Every school you have to have like a person that's in charge of that program, and then they're in charge of like monitoring all that stuff. So like when you say on file, it probably has to be on file in that office with that person.
Yeah, that's 100% what I was thinking, Kim. And if it's not, guys, that's an issue. That's a big issue with this, because then in turn they're going to say, what are you talking about? This didn't happen. Where's the report on it? Why didn't they file? And then here's the other side of this, in my opinion, too. This is, again, my opinion. But I think they're going to look at this. And if their WSU's attorneys are right, if they're good at what they're doing, they're probably going to point out if there's nothing filed beforehand. They're going to point out and say, it's interesting that none of this stuff was filed till after Brian Koberger got arrested. That's where I would go with this, okay? And it makes me wonder, is that why this was filed? Is because this guy was arrested at some point. And then in turn, that's going to look bad, okay? That's going to look really bad if they weren't filed beforehand, in my opinion.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm saying, you guys. And I think, a federal courtroom, a federal judge, they're not going to play with this. They're not going to joke around with this. And they're not going to even hear this unless there is things are organized and in order. So remember that. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. I'm going to go ahead and let Kathy finish explaining what she's doing. But again, this is kind of interesting. I'll just say it's getting interesting for sure.
There's 2 comments before you play that.
Sure.
Design Rhythm said, Zoomer kids are taking videos all the time. So, right, if he was really being that creepy, they'd be recording it. Especially like we've heard that it was people that shared an office with him and stuff, right? Or like
absolutely, I have to agree with that one. Yeah, I'm looking for the comment. I can't find it now.
And the other one was was
Design Rhythm. Are they at the bottom or the top of the chat? Hey, Cat Lady, good to see you.
I'm way back.
So none of these students or professors called in BK for 4 weeks after the massacre. Right, good point. Welcome, by the way. Good to have you in the house today, Design. Where'd it go? Witchy said the plan. This one here, Kim. The plan they put him on had to do with his attendance lateness more than anything else. It was not right. Yes, right. There was no harassment thing that I knew of. No. Thank you for a good point, Richie. So there again, you guys, this is going to turn into something quite interesting, I think. Okay. And again, could this help Brian's case, you guys? Think about that. Think about what they could pull out of this. Hey, Pisces, good to see you, dear. It's been a while. Welcome.
And you're right. That's another thing that like mainstream media like blew out of proportion, like, or wherever we read it in an article or something where they're like, oh, they were keeping tally marks of his attendance on the board. Well, the way I read it, he wasn't the only one. Like they said there were professors, I thought, that they were keeping track of.
Yeah.
And that's not a big deal. Like it's attendance. Like, come on. Crazy.
Yeah, Steve actually said it too, if I remember right, Kim. He said they were keeping a Brian tally. Remember that? Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
And there it is. They were tracking all his lateness on an effing bulletin board. They would have filmed harassment. I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
And if they didn't, oh boy. That's all I can say. Like I said, I think that's going to promote a problem. This is going to get interesting, Kim. I really do feel like it's going to be interesting. And again, this is something They're statements that were coming from the families. How did they know about this? That's what I want to know before this happened. They knew about this way back when. That interview with Steve was quite a ways back. So that's one more thing to throw out there, is all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
They just lie to make people feel a certain way, shaping public perceptions. Yeah. And again, don't forget the main thing here that bothers me the most with this is these people were picking on an adult male with a disability. He's on the spectrum, folks. He's been diagnosed ASD. That's a problem too. So that's probably going to get brought to the table somewhere down the line, I would hope.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if that's the case, then maybe they need to call into question the people that are making these statements. Put them on blast, in my opinion. Call them out, make them testify, see what they really do have to say. And if they refuse to do it, or if they don't want to do it, or if they come out here and they're proven to be liars about it, there you go, guys. And again, one more thing that has been proven to be bullshit in the Brian Koberger case, if that were to come out that way, which is what I think it is. This is my opinion, but welcome, Snappy Cat. Good to see you today. Turkey Creek Gal, welcome to you. Heels and Henny, welcome back. Wonderful to see you guys all in here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Excuse me. Did I miss? No. Okay. Angie B. What's up, Angie B? We will need someone reliable to be in court and report back because Steve will lie to us. Yes. Yeah, well, just saying.
I don't know who that's going to be because I don't even like the P. Diddy case was federal, right? And was anybody allowed in there?
I don't know. And that's what I was wondering now that it's been bounced up to federal court. I don't know if we'll get to see it.
I know that, well, someone had to have been reporting out because they would report like on the news and stuff. And someone made a point in chat that they'll do those still photos that those sketches, the court sketches.
Right.
Yeah, we'll get those. But it's not going to be YouTubers that get in there.
Buffalo Chick, well, I have a male friend like Brian, has Asperger's, and he comes off sort of weird and creepy, but he doesn't mean to be. You have to be understanding with people who are different. Amen. And thank you for making that statement. My son is ASD, very high functioning, but he doesn't always get social cues. Okay. Sometimes, and that's made me so angry. My son has the, well, I don't want to say ability, but at times has been in a group of people, and he'll just stand there sometimes and kind of just stare, not really stare, but he's just standing there because he doesn't know how to engage into the situation. He misses the cues. And we had to teach him these things as he got older. So that isn't weird to me. You just don't know. You don't have that understanding on how to interact or react. People talking about spatial trapping and all that stupid shit that he said. That, okay, this is somebody that doesn't have conversations a lot because he's new. People think he's weird because of the way he is. So therefore, in turn, they're not engaging in conversation. So when Brian Koberger finds somebody that engages with him on a conversation on a topic that he enjoys, he gets excited, just like my child did. When somebody would engage in a conversation with my son about music, he would jump into it head first because, oh my God, somebody that has a liking that I do or common thread to talk about that I do. And when you don't get that interaction very often, you want that. So therefore, in turn, somebody starts a conversation with him. They decide they don't want to be in that conversation anymore, or that's what they're telling people. So Brian's standing there trying to continue the conversation because he doesn't want it to stop. I don't blame him. Okay. You're going to turn around and say that he was being creepy and blocking you from leaving. Well, what you have to say at that point is, I have to be somewhere. Excuse me. And he would have probably moved out of your way, but you didn't put that part in there. You conveniently didn't add these pieces of information in here so that it would look good for you. That's what sickens me. So again, welcome, Moonflower. Good to see you, dear. I feel like how the court system handles these cases and secrets leaves so much room for us to try and fill in the gaps. Something seriously wrong with the justice. Amen to that one, KA. Amen to that one. Just checking chat and making sure. Any thoughts before I go forward, Miss Kim?
Nope. Thanks.
I agree with that design. I do. I think some of us do. And society nowadays, honest to God, I miss social cues. I don't know how to engage with people sometimes. Because society is different now. People are different. You know, I can do it with you guys because I don't care how. I mean, I care. Don't get me wrong. That's not coming out right. I can do it with you guys because I'm used to doing this with you guys. There's nothing odd here for me. You know, there's nothing weird here for me to not be able to engage with. And what I was going to say was, I don't care what the topic is. It's like, you know, I know how in here with what we're doing, how to approach this. Now, if we were in a different setting or in a different, like genre topic of something that I'm not comfortable or familiar with, then I would have an issue and maybe not be able to interact because I don't know where to start from. So that's what I was trying to say. But yeah, I mean, it's a weird society these days, guys. So there's that as well. And the new generation, by the way, no offense to anybody, my child is one of them, and my other kids are kind of in that group too. They don't have the compassion and the understanding to deal with some of these things. A lot of them say, "Oh, these are excuses." That's not true. People don't have autism. I've heard all this. And I said, "Do you want to meet my child? And then you tell me why he does what he does and give me the answer. What's your answer to that?" He's just weird. That's a problem, folks. That's what's wrong with people these days. Welcome, Sherry. Good to see you. And I've heard this come out of people's mouths. Oh, he's just odd. He's just weird. There's something not right there. Okay. So what's up, CIO Kane? Good to see you, Sherry Cowan. Welcome. Excuse me. Tomboy says, as long as WSU receives federal funds, the case then becomes a federal case and the attorney general then represents the defendant, right? We shall see for sure. On we go with Miss Kathy. Again, guys, are you leaving, Meg? I didn't even get to say hi to you. I didn't see you come in. Welcome, Meg. Good to see you. But if you're leaving, take care, hon. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Anyone born after 2001 has only known war, people lying to them, and COVID. Good point. I mean, honest to God, that's a very good point. And it's a sad society at that point because of that stuff, you know, other than what we can teach them. Welcome, old man Suds. Good to see you, buddy. Miss Paula, the positive one in the house. Good to see you, dear. I agree with that one too, Pacey's. Wendy, welcome to you. Miss Christina, great to see you. All of you guys in the house today, great to have you here. All right, guys. So back to Miss Kathy again. This video we're listening to, the audio, I should say, coming from Kathy's Indie Zone, explaining about the WSU lawsuit being bounced up to the federal level and the state case being shut down at that point. And that's what we're kind of dealing with here a little bit. So thank you all for joining us. Let's do it.
And then paragraph number 2, which appears at page 3, reserves and immunity. The defendant, WSU, reserves all rights and defenses, and that includes possibly sovereign immunity. This notice is made without waiving any of those defenses that WSU may have. WSU will file copies of all process pleadings and orders served upon it within the 14-day deadline with the appropriate verification. This is dated the 27th day of January. Nicholas W. Brown, Attorney General, State of Washington, and then there's 2, it looks like, Assistant Attorney Generals who will be doing the work in this case. Jordan Jones, Connor Callahan. The address, they're out of Olympia, Washington, and it gives their contact information as they must do. So again, the state case closed. It doesn't exist anymore. It's been removed by the defense to federal court. And let's just see who's here today. Hi, William. Good to see you. Possibly a motion to dismiss might be next. We don't know. Hello to Wendy. And we have, hey, A.R. Hayes. Good morning. If anyone's not following, they don't want their Title IX funds suspended. And that's what has been in the first claim of that complaint. And like I said, if you'd like to learn a little bit more about Title I, that's the one that my eyeballs went to immediately. All of the other claims for negligence and everything else, I went to the first count, which was Title IX. And I thought to myself, geez, I wonder if they're going to remove this out of state court, because that claim is a federal statute. It's not a state statute. And remember, they didn't file this lawsuit in Pullman. They didn't file that. They filed this lawsuit where one of the plaintiffs live, where the Chapins live, in Skagit County, away from Pullman. So now what I think, and just again, we're speaking here, I'm speculating. I don't know anything more than anyone else does. The respect that I have for you guys. Any one of you or I could have been on that jury. In Idaho versus Koberger. You know a lot more than I think that you think you know. The reason why I think that they may have removed it as a strategy is to take this case out of the backyard where one of the victims lived, and that we've seen some of the horrendous pictures that came out just this past week. And there's a lot of emotion. And how could you not have a lot of emotion and sympathy for the children and for their family members and their loved ones? But hey, the law operates on the law. And, AR, your video.
Welcome, Snappy Cat, to the sauce. Appreciate you very much. And I hope you enjoyed here. Love your avatar. Beautiful kitty. And thank you for joining us.
Just, do they have the right person? Is it him alone? Is it him with someone else? Is it not him? Is it other people? We don't know. It seems like a lot's going on right now. We got this case that I've been covering very, very heavily. Please, if you haven't had an opportunity, we've got a playlist up. It gives you the shortcuts to everything. It's Hunter versus United States. And if Hunter gets his way, there could be additional grounds to challenge an appellate waiver like Mr. Koberger signed that might make an appeal a lot more easier for him if he wishes to appeal. There's nothing right now.
Yes, that's the other thing I was going to throw in there today too. Just a little snippet is there is a case in works right now called it's Hunter versus United States. Basically what they're looking for with this one, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, is did you say no, Kim?
I said no. I was going to actually interrupt you. You stopped it at the perfect time.
Yeah, well, and that's Kathy's going to go on and on about that, but I will show you guys are going to go on about that. I don't mean on and on. Like I'm grateful for what she put out on this because a lot of people don't know. But let me show you guys something real quick. And this could help in that aspect as well. 1 minute here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Now Kathy presents this as this case helping, possibly helping in the Delphi case for Richard Allen.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And again, at the same time, it could very well, in my opinion, help in Brian's case as well. I would think. Welcome, 1-1. Good to see you, brother.
As far as appeals.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting. I'm going to let her explain this too. And then we'll get into as Mr. Harsh would say, the meat and potatoes of today's show.
Back to the Indie Zone podcast. My name is Kathy. We have been following the Richard Allen versus State of Indiana appeal that has been working its way through an appellate state court in Indiana. Mr. Allen was convicted of crimes regarding two friends, Abby and Libby. This is known as the being to challenge the jury trial conviction on the two counts based on Fourth Amendment grounds. He's seeking either a reversal outright or a remanding of his case to the state court level in order to have what's called a Franks hearing challenging the warrant affidavit. He was denied a Franks hearing and he believes that this is reversible error. At this time, Mr. Allen filed his initial petition on the merits, setting forth his legal argument supported by evidence and legal authority. At this time, we are awaiting the state of Indiana's response, which is coming due in February. We have also been reporting on a case before the Supreme Court of the
Okay, so this is why she put the Moscow, or I'm sorry, the Delphi thing in here. No problem. So this is where she's going to explain the Scottus case here, the Hunter versus U.S. Pay close attention. This is what I believe this is a really big deal. Okay, and here's the thing: if this goes through, guys, not only could this affect Delphi, possibly Brian's case, many other cases, if this goes through the way that they're presenting this. Okay, so pay attention to this one. I'm telling you, like, I heard this and I went, what? Like, imagine. Okay, and you'll understand when she says it.
United States. It's called Hunter versus United States. And Mr. Hunter pled guilty of federal crimes in Texas, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, because he signed a plea agreement that waived his appellate rights, dismissed his appeal. Mr. Hunter went on, filed a petition for writ of certiorari with SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States. Mr. Hunter is seeking to have the law on how defendants who plead guilty and waive their appellate rights be expanded to include due process considerations. Right now, the law of the land is a 2019 case, Garza versus Idaho, that the Supreme Court rendered, that gives limited opportunities for a party who has signed away appellate rights in a plea deal to go back and to appeal. One example would be ineffective assistance of counsel. Mr. Hunter is helped by the Cato Institute, who has filed a paper on behalf and in support of Mr. Hunter. The Cato Institute is a public policy organization. It's been around since 1999. They are located out of Washington, D.C., and they have some concerns about these plea agreements where parties waive their appellate rights based on constitutional arguments. Also, their platform is for the proper behavior of law enforcement when investigating criminal cases. Oral argument in the Hunter case is scheduled for March 3rd, 2026, and then there's a ruling that's anticipated by the Supreme Court on this matter that should be dropped no later than the end of June 2026, when the Supreme Court typically retires for the summer and then comes back for the 2026-2027 year, first week of October 2026. We've received a few questions as to, since Mr. Allen is appealing his conviction, if Mr. Hunter is successful before SCOTUS, could this possibly help Mr. Allen in raising due process considerations? That's one of the major issues that Hunter is raising. And in our opinion that we give under the First Amendment, pure speculation commentary, it appears that it would not, because the Hunter decision is aimed at defendants who plead guilty and waive their appellate rights. Whereas Mr. Allen, in his case, he did have a jury trial. The jury returned a conviction, and he is now seeking to have that conviction by the jury overturned, reversed. This will now conclude this episode of the Indie Zone. My name is Kathy. Thank you.
And again, thank you, Kathy, for explaining all that. Again, great job with that, guys. Please make sure to subscribe to Kathy's Indie Zone. And you hit the notification bell. Kathy explains these things so amazingly. I love her. I appreciate everything she does. She does an amazing job. So, any thoughts on that, Miss Kim? Let's see. She might have stepped away. That's right. Let me see. Thank you, Lucy, for popping that in there. Skagit filing was closed and has since been moved to the federal level, but I'm not sure it said where. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, we don't know exactly where it's going to be yet. And there's Kathy's link right there, you guys. Thank you again, SRB, for that. Make sure to subscribe if you will. You don't want to miss it. I'm telling you. So, like, we'll see how this affects how many cases if it goes through the way that they're talking about. It should be interesting. I believe she is, Jesse. I think so, yeah. It would make perfect sense how she understands the way things that she does. You know what I mean? So, moving forward, we're going to jump into the... So, these things are very interesting, okay? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. Yeah, these things are quite interesting as far as this is considered with this situation going on. I'm kind of interested to see what happens with the WSU thing now at the federal level, truly. And again, will it affect the Idaho 4 situation in, with Brian or any of that? I'm very curious to see. And I'm really, really, really curious, again, to see what this brings to the table at this point. Honestly, this is, again, my opinion and my feeling. High Heels said the lawyers representing WSU, do you think they'll reach out to Anta? I'm curious. That's truly what I'm thinking, High Heels. I'm wondering big time. Of course, guys, I want to know what your thoughts are on this as well. So please make sure. In fact, I'm going to run a poll on this. I'm going to run a couple polls on this too. So I hope you guys like polls. The first one is... will the WSU lawsuit be dismissed? Yes, no. What do you truly think? And I'm just going to make it simple. Yes, no, and I don't know. So there's that one. We'll see how that rolls. And after we get through that one, I got another one I'm going to drop for you as well. Because I'm very curious about these things, is what everybody thinks as well. And you can. Oh no, you didn't miss it. 1-1. I'm gonna save that one for the very last portion of the show because I'm probably gonna be yelling. So the secondary poll I'm gonna put up is what your guys' thoughts are about how it's gonna go down. So I'll rephrase that, so on and so forth. But the first poll is: do you think it will be dismissed? Yes, no, or I don't know. And if you don't care, don't respond, I guess. Austin Corna fan, welcome. I have not discussed that, and we can discuss it. I don't know what we can get into, but we can discuss it for sure. Need some Z's. Good to see you. And guys, you're welcome to, and I appreciate if you would, so does YouTube. Leave a comment in the comment section during, before, after the show, whatever you want to do. I love to see them all. I try to respond to as many as I can. So Sherry said, of course. Absolutely, we like polls. Hey. Yes.
Was she saying the lawsuit is claiming his due process was violated because he didn't get a Franks hearing?
Yeah, with the Delphi situation, yes.
I agree with. I mean,
I do too.
Why say no? Let it have the hearing.
Right.
Let the hearing be the no.
Mm-hmm.
Not say no before there's a hearing. And that same thing happened with Brian. So I would say it would affect his case.
I have to agree with you. Yes.
Is a due process violation one of those federal things he would need to appeal at the federal level? Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. That does make sense. That's a good question and a good point. Sorry, you guys. Anybody have any thoughts on that statement that Kim just made? Drop it in the chat. I'd love to see what your guys' thoughts are on that too. That's interesting. That's a really interesting. I'm thinking now. Damn it. You always make me think.
Right. Someone said it's my boy's canine. How does a judge know to say no to a Franks? Right.
Why do they say no? Okay.
Well, okay, that leads me to this question. So if when Anne asked for the Franks hearing, if that would have been granted, was Hippler the judge that would hear it?
I believe so. Yeah, it would have to have happened in that courtroom, and he just flat out no.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of making up your mind before you hear everything.
Yeah, right. I agree. Oh shoot, I forgot to go into that. Where'd that question go? There it is. I hope you'll answer this. My first time on your live stream. Welcome. Wonderful to have you here. I wondered if you know why Ethan and Xana's phones were never analyzed in order to find out their location during the night. That's actually a really good question, Flying Sky. I don't know if they were, if they weren't. If they were, they're not in any of the documentation. None of the reports state anything about those, and I'm really curious as to why you wouldn't do that, okay? If they didn't. So, great question, honestly. And again, if you guys have any thoughts on that question, that statement, leave a comment, please. I'd love to see it. Witchy says they were analyzed.
Well, yeah. Well, they were. They got into them because they had to ask all the parents for the passwords to get into them, and they downloaded them. So they got like all that stuff off of them. But then when it comes to like the call detail records and that kind of stuff, didn't we only see warrants for Xana and Maddie? So yeah, they did do Xana's for sure.
But what I was saying, I mean, yeah, I should have rephrased what I said. Yeah, we knew that they had the data for those, but they never put anything in the reports or documents stating anything about it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'm hiding it. Yeah, probably the feds or something.
Mm-hmm. Witchy says they had cracked all the phones by the 5th, but no date of when they were actually analyzed. And then there was no like response or anything about like they know where Xana was at this point because of this. They've never given that I've ever seen anywhere. So yeah. And
I've never seen anything where they actually got into Kaylee's.
No, I don't, nothing. That's the biggest question out there still, I think, with a lot of people, any of her electronics, to be honest with you, Kim.
Like the last thing I saw about hers was that they were trying to go to some other police district with a specialist to try to do it.
Yeah.
I never saw a follow-up report about it.
There's none ever. And like Lucy said, they did get the CDRs with timing advanced for all the victims, Bethany, Dylan, Jack Decor, and Jack Showalter. But again, they never explain anything as far as a timeline for Xana and Ethan based on their phone, if there's any data that they got from where they were. Is it because it's not something they're going to put out? Is it part of them hiding something, or is it because why? That's my question right there. They got Kaylee's on December 4th. That's documented. Okay, see, I missed that.
Thank you.
I missed that completely. But again, we've not seen any of this stuff. It's all sealed or something. I know Dylan's was sealed for sure. But they've never released any of the information. That's what I don't understand. Thank you for being here, Lucy. It's great to see you, dear. But BK can still file any due process claim.
He still has a couple options left. That Ron guy on the custody claims was talking about it. And he said I don't remember what it was, but there's a September 3rd deadline coming up for something. And then after that, it would just be all federal. Was what I heard him say. Habeas corpus, whatever.
Yeah, habeas corpus is one for sure. And I think
there's something else for September 3rd, but I don't know what it is.
I thought the post-conviction relief has already expired, hasn't it?
I don't remember what he said, but I just know he said the next deadline was September 3rd. I was like, ooh, okay. Keep that date in mind. Trial judge. See, I don't think the same judge should hear that.
I don't either.
That's just ridiculous.
It wouldn't make sense. Challenging the truthfulness of statements in the PCA search warrant is heard by the trial judge assigned to the case, not a separate or appellate. Sorry. Okay, I got you. Thank you, love and other habits for your comment as well. And one just said, Brian can file for post-conviction relief. File. See, I thought there was a delay or a statute on that. I guess I'm wrong again, and I have no problem being wrong. Filed in the original court to address constitutional violations, due process that occurred during the arrest, trial, or sentencing. And there's no statute of limitations on that one. Okay, well, good. Thank you, 1-1. Always appreciate you, brother. No September. Okay. Thank you for that. Oh, there is a statute. Okay. Is that the 2-year thing?
Well, I'll have to go back and listen to what he said, because that's what.
So then the statute of limitations on the post-conviction is 2 years. I knew there was a 2-year statute on something. I didn't know 100% what it was. Oh, okay. So she said it's not up until September. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Thank you guys for the info, truly, because I get lost sometimes with this stuff. Speaking of, that reminds me, and we can hold these, get your questions together, you guys. I forgot to tell you. Tomorrow, January 29th, at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I want you guys to join us here. Andrew Myers is going to be joining me here tomorrow, and we're going to be breaking down all of this stuff, talking about it, discussing these things. So if you have questions, please be here. That's a good one we can ask Mr. Myers himself and see what he knows and thinks about it. So yes. Plus, I have questions about this WSU thing. So Andrew Myers is joining us tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm not sure if Yoli's joining him, but I did tell him she's more than welcome and more than invited. So if we get them both, it'll be a special treat. It's going to be an awesome treat to have Andrew here to begin with. So I hope you guys are ready for that one. It's going to be great.
When are you doing that?
Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Nice.
And I'll be joining Birdie tonight at 7:45 Eastern Standard Time over there to have a conversation. It's going to be a busy day today, folks. And as soon as I'm done with Birdie, I'm jumping right on over to the Devil's Advocates Crimes After Dark panel and doing what we do over there. So I hope you guys are in for it today. I'm going to be tired tonight, just so you know. And the lawsuit, or I'm sorry, the poll, will the WSU lawsuit be dismissed? 38% said no, 32% said yes, and 30% said, I don't know. So it's kind of split 3 ways. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited for that one for sure. Cat Lady, I cannot wait. Oh, I have no problems with that. Jen 7's in the house. Good to see you, Jen. So yeah, guys, get your questions tomorrow or get them ready for tomorrow for Andrew joining us. It's going to be interesting. I have a lot of things to discuss with him, a lot of questions I want to put out there, and I would love it to have it organized to where you guys have your questions. Don't go crazy. Just get a couple good questions together, and I'll see the best that I can to grab them, do the best I can to get them in there and get answers from him if you guys have them. So yes, it'll be awesome. Lucy says, declaration of Connor Canahan supported removal to federal court and notice of filing superior court documents. Thank you. We will miss you. I'll leave some extra graded cheese. Oh, I'll be there tonight, buddy. I promise you I'll be there. Don't worry about that. Even if I have to roll from one to the other, I'll be there. All right. Grated cheese. You're a trip, bro. Oh, Lucy is saying here, the United States District Court, Western District of Washington, Seattle. Thank you, Lucy. Yeah, she is like an encyclopedia, I swear to God, sometimes. Thank you, D-Dog. I hope you guys testify as to the matter stated herein and make a declaration based on my personal knowledge. Gotcha. Yeah, I do move around a little bit, guys. I don't like sitting still. Probably my ADHD. Creamy Row, good to see you. Need some Z's, welcome. Did you see the video Kathy did about Hunter versus you? You must have just jumped in here because yeah, we just covered that. Yes. Great to see you. Wade Bird, good to see you. Generally, a petition must be filed within a year of judgment become final. Yeah. But again, thank you guys. I haven't heard from Ann at all. The only thing I can think is that Ann is preparing something. That's my only guess. I can't think of any other reason why we haven't heard from Taylor at all. Do you think that Xana or Ethan's parents have their timeline through their cells or full autopsy report? I mean, I would like to believe they have the full autopsy report, but it could be that right there, or they don't have it at all. I don't know. Any thoughts on that one, Kim? Do you think that Xana or Ethan's parents have their timeline through their cell phones or through a full autopsy report, read the stomach contents and stuff?
If the parents know, I don't know, but I think the investigators know. They know where they were at. Come on. We would have figured, if we had the information, we'd figure it out.
Right. I agree with that.
And I truly believe there had to have been other cameras at other places. Like, I don't know. They would have had to interview people. I just think there's lots of ways they could have known.
I fully agree with you.
Like, if one person says, "Oh, I saw them get in a car," then they would look at the traffic cameras that they Brian on. Like, I just think they would know. Like, if they went to Ethan's apartment, I think then they'd be captured on the street cameras, and other businesses. If they were walking, people probably would. It seemed like there was a lot of people out that night. I'm walking around. So I don't know. In my opinion, I think they know. I don't know if the parents know.
No, that's a good point. Good point. Thank you. Yeah, there's 2 lawyers that were put out. Jules did put that out. I think I did too yesterday or day before, very quickly. Tomboy's saying that Ann has to also file through the courts to get recused as his attorney, and that has not been filed yet. So that's interesting to say that.
Telling. I wonder how quickly that happens usually after an appeal.
I can't imagine it would take too long. You know what I mean?
Right. If you're done, you're like, "Oh, I'm done."
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand the not talking. Bill Thompson's been talking. Like, I mean, I understand her making Ann Taylor, I'm talking about, making a personal choice not to talk because she doesn't want to affect things, if that's the reason. But other than that, why not come out and talk?
Yeah, unless, like I said, I have to agree with that. That the only thing I can imagine she's not talking, the reasoning is because she's working on something else. That's the only thing I can imagine, and doesn't want to give that away, maybe for their own sake, to give somebody the heads up that they're looking into certain things. You know what I mean? So, and at that point, she really can't say too much, in my opinion. So,
yeah, I
don't know. I'd love to hear from her. It's been a long time. I'd love to hear anything from her, to be honest with you. I'm not going to go there, but I used to enjoy listening to the way she would portray things, so on and so forth. So, we'll see. I've always had a little crush on Ann Taylor. Don't ask me why. It's just one of them things. My wife thinks I'm weird. She knows that I've told her about it. I'm like, I like her. I said, so if me and you ever don't work out, I'm going to go out there. She was like, "You're insane. Get away from me." She's awesome, though. I think Ann's very smart, and she's very talented with what she does. Very strong, in my opinion. I know people disagree. Yeah. Hall pass Vertigo, right? Thank you, Witchy. Victim phone extractions report are in the unredacted Maori documents.
Thank you.
I'm writing it down right now.
Accidentally released.
How did I miss that one? Unredacted Maori. Thank you. See, guys, I don't know everything. Accidentally released on 12/30. 25, supplement number 59. Damn, you're good stuff, Witchy. Thank you. Oops, sorry. 59, page 33 of 15. Awesome. There you go, guys. And thank you so much, Witchy. God bless. See, this is why I love this community. You guys are so very helpful. Welcome, Kimberly. Good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
I know someone who had a thing for Marsha Clark. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. No. I couldn't handle that
Pre-tight
one.
perm or after tight perm?
Yeah, no, she looked like a poodle. to me.
Remember when she did that?
I could not handle that. She looked just like a poodle. That was crazy. Anyway, maybe. That's a good question, Moonlit. So, anyway, that's what we think, or that's what we're thinking on this stuff with WSU, so on and so forth. I just wanted to bring that out in the beginning. Okay, that way that's covered. Next, we're gonna move into the reason why I threw the whole Kool-Aid thing into this. Give me 1 minute here. Let's see, where'd it go?
We do need Murphy's CDRs. We need Murphy's. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Wouldn't it be funny if Murphy was chipped?
Yeah.
I never
Oh,
thought of that.
I wonder if he is
That's
though.
like the new thing to do. Doesn't that show locations?
Yeah, and that would really be interesting to know if he was. And that sounds like something they would do.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Kim. Good thought. I'm going to try to hold on.
That's crazy.
I'm going to try to look into that. Not that I could, but I'm going to try. If he was chipped, yeah, then and he seems like he would be, in my opinion, with the way that, they are. But if he is, they would absolutely know his location the whole time, I would think.
I don't know. Someone said animal chips don't work like that, but then how do they work? How do you know where they're at?
Kimberly said it's real time, not a tracker. You couldn't tell.
Oh, is it just chipping for identification? Like if I find a lost dog, I bring it into the vet, and I've never done it. Can you tell?
Obviously, see, I thought the same
just
thing.
Chips for information, but why? Like
maybe they need to do that.
Yeah, like an air tag.
Sure. Interesting. Very interesting.
Sorry,
Thank you guys for clarifying that. It's still a good idea, Kim. Still a good idea. All right, guys. So next up, let's check this out. Steve GONCALVES gave an interview with News Nation that really, really perked my ears up. Speaking of dogs, I mean, I was like, whoa, wait a minute here. If you haven't seen this, this is interesting, folks. Very interesting. Let's check it out. Again, thanks for being here with me, Kim. I always appreciate you being up here as we can bounce things back and forth.
Sure.
Yes, here comes the fun.
Here we go.
The fun part's going to be when Nancy appears, and that's when it's going to get fun.
To hear all this. So let me just start. How are you guys doing after today?
We keep saying one day at a time, but these type of days are ones that really push you hard, for sure.
Is there anything that came out from these filings, from this report, that gave you any kind of answers that you might have been looking for about what happened?
We learned brand new things. Those details that were put in those docs were never given to us. They were given to strangers before they were given to us. It's shocking that a family doesn't get any kind of priority, even heads up. We asked for discovery. They said they'd give it to us, but they never did. So yeah, we're working with legislators. We're going to try to fix this. Idaho has Bill 1135 that hopefully will protect this type of information and make sure that it never gets out. Especially he pled 4 cases of murder, capital, all of them, and in the same breath he waived his rights to even challenge it. So why does this need to come out? All these details. I mean, these are like mortician details. It has nothing to do with a case that's never going to happen.
Just to be clear, you're saying, did you even know it was going to come out today, or were you just shocked? Were you shocked by that?
We had no idea. We had no heads up, none whatsoever. It goes to the media before it does us.
No, wait a minute. In another interview, he said they got a phone call. I think we're going to see it in the Nancy interview. But okay. I'll just let it go for now.
And
that's awful.
We just find out through our phone starts going off.
That's awful. That's awful. And now you are confronted with this. The people will say this information can help maybe shed some light into the timeline of the attack, the intention of this. The injuries sustained by all four were awful. But the injuries sustained by Kaylee and Maddie and where they were positioned and how many injuries they sustained to their face and neck, does this give you an indication that Brian Kohberger was targeting them specifically?
No, I think there's some timing advance records that kind of lead me to believe that it was another person that they were looking for. I mean, Matt might have been part of that, but there was two individuals. But I think all the families tried not to go down a road where we blamed each other, or we tried to say one person's kid was more responsible or had a role in this or something like that. We tried to keep it unfortunately looking for. I mean,
I'm going to play that one more time, and I want you to grasp what he's saying.
There's some timing advance records that kind of lead me to believe that it was
Oopsie.
another person that they were looking for. I mean, Matt might have been part of that, but there was two individuals. But I think all the families tried not to go down a road where we blamed each other, or we tried to say one person's kid was more responsible or had a role in this or something like that. We tried to keep it unfortunately we had to do this all together and pointing at each other.
If nobody's getting this, he's saying that Maddie and Xana are the targets in his opinion. Where have we heard this before? Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh boy. Oh
Yep,
boy.
Yep.
Wasn't something we were willing to do.
No. And by the way, I didn't know that you didn't know this information that was coming out before today. You mentioned that I believe you're going to be meeting with the governor. What are you hoping the change will be?
It's things like this. You can't. We had a prosecutor who was extremely weak. He was way over his head. He didn't know what he's doing, and he hid these. There's a reason 6 months later these things are coming out, because he never would have had the support of his community if these would have came out and said, hey, I'm going to go make a plea deal with this guy, and I'm not going to get the details of all the surroundings, the when, where, what, and how you did this. He didn't feel like he had to do that, and he hid all this stuff. And now that it's coming out, we're going to talk to the governor and say, hey, we can do better than this. And, that means we got to do laws. We can't just let one person act like a judge and jury and make a deal. And then, we live with it for the rest of our lives. And 6 months later, we're finding out new details of,
So Steve is saying that he believes, based on timing advance records, gotta love that. That's been so implemental in this case, that he believes that Maddie and Xana were the targets. Guys, this is I'm just gonna say
He also said, based on everything that's coming out. Like,
I'm guessing the crime scene photographs, the new documents that show some of the autopsy details, stuff like that. I mean,
so what I'm hearing him say is, like, timing advance based on everything that's coming out, and Bill Thompson not getting the what, when, where, all the details. Like, to me, it seems like Steve's really questioning it and saying that Bill Thompson dropped the ball and didn't prove anything.
well, of course he didn't. And now now here's the thing, that there's two victims. If he's saying there's two victims, he's claiming that one person went in after two victims. Okay. And does this match up? If he's saying what he's saying, and he didn't say Xana's name, but I'm guessing this is what he means based on the other stuff. Okay. So I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say here, you guys. Come on, work this out in your brain. there's I don't know how to explain this the way he's saying it.
You mean like there's a reason out there for those two victims?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Hold on. Let me play this part back to you guys real quick.
And now that it's coming out, we're going to talk to the governor, the surroundings, you know, the when, where, what, and how you did this.
And the change will be.
It's things like this. You can't. We had a prosecutor who was extremely weak. He was way over his head. He didn't know what he's doing, and he hid these. There's a reason 6 months later these things are coming out, because he never would have had the support of his community.
So that there, he's saying that Thompson and the prosecution team hid this stuff.
Yeah.
We know that. We know that. Yeah. And we've been saying that. Okay. So in essence, in my opinion, what this man is saying is that he's pointing to two people, guys. Well, Kaylee's not one of them. Ethan's not one of them. Okay. Because Ethan shouldn't have been there. Ethan doesn't fit the mix with this, what he's saying. So Xana and Maddie would be the two people, in my opinion, that he's saying. And if that's what he's saying, that goes back to what has been stated before by many other people, possibly because of Maddie and Xana's parents, what they were doing. Okay. That's what I'm gathering from this, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing. So it is what it is. You know, I was trying to think of how to softly put it, but you can't. Yeah. You have to say it. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. And that's a big connection between those two. And then that would make Kaylee an innocent victim and Ethan an innocent victim, because if they were in the rooms or discovered or whatever.
Yeah. And if you look at the WSU lawsuit, one just pointed this out as well. If you look at the WSU lawsuit, those two are not on the lawsuit. Xana's mother's not on the lawsuit, and Maddie's father's not on the lawsuit. So I don't know if you want to put those two together or not. I'm just saying, you know, I don't know.
So So those aren't the only two that are divorced.
Yeah. I don't know if that's
Maddie's mom is on the suit, and isn't
Xana's dad. Xana's dad, Jeff, is on the suit, and Maddie's mom, Karen, is on the suit. But Maddie's dad, Ben, is not on the lawsuit, and Xana's mother, Kara, is not on the lawsuit. So, and it could just be that you only need. Yeah, I mean, Lucy does make somewhat of a good point.
But if you're not in the same household, I don't know.
That's what I mean. So it could be because of that, or it could be something else. Because I know people are putting this together like this too, and that's why I addressed it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it is. But it's just a thought that is out there. I know that there can only be one representative for a victim, which is very plausible. Yes, that makes sense. What about pointing out Brian's tar showed him in a better light, and he was denied presenting that? So are you trying to say that tar points to two others taking the light off of Brian? Gee, interesting. Very good point, Jen. I don't know. Like I said, don't jump to conclusions, you guys. That's not a good thing to do. We've done a lot of that over the past 3 years, but yes, it is definitely something to think about, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's another good point too. Jim Chapin's not listed on there either, and they live in the same house. So I think they do, at least. I think it's just showing that you need one representative per family. You know what I mean? But you never know. I don't know. And these are all just thoughts, guys, and definitely only thoughts. So anyway, moving on. Hey, beautifully broken. Good to see you.
If these would have came out and said, hey, I'm going to go make a plea deal with this guy, and I'm not going to get the details of all the surroundings, you know, the when, where, what, and how you did this. He didn't feel like he had to do that. And he hid all this stuff. And now that it's coming out, we're going to talk to the governor and say, hey, we can do better than this. And, you know, that means we got to do laws. We can't just let.
And yeah, guys, this is just a discussion. We discuss every angle to it. So that's why we're doing it. No worries.
One person act like a judge and jury and make a deal. And then, we live with it for the rest of our lives. And 6 months later, we're finding out new details of, the worst moments of our children's lives. It seems like a nightmare that this couldn't be legal, but we hope to make sure that it isn't legal in Idaho in the future.
And talking about legality, you and the other families have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Washington State University, where Koberger had been attending. Can you tell us the status of that and what you're looking for there?
We're looking for accountability. I don't have an update on it. We expect to hear something this week, but when you reverse engineer everything that happened, we feel like there's lapse in accountability. And if that's anything we've tried to bring to this case is how do we make sure this never happens to another family again? And if there was things that were missed, let's make sure that we address those and we make our community and our world a better place so nobody has to deal with this again. And that's what this is all about.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our news.
It does make you think, though. I mean, just like the report that we read from, I guess it was an interview with Kara, where she states this better not be because of redacted. Those are the things, the little things in this when you hear stuff like this that makes you think. So how long have they known this? And here's my question: is because he does say because of the timing advance records. Why would that make you? And I want your guys' input on this, what you guys think. Why would that make him think those two people based on the timing advance records? Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Just saying. Let's see. Accountability, reverse engineer everything. What does WSU have to do with that? Yeah, well, that's a good point. Oh, Kim's asking Miss Lucy what she thinks. What do you think the motive? That is a good question, Lucy. What do you think the motive might be, hon? It's a good question.
Just because I personally always thought the drug ring,
and that's what we're gonna,
distribution made
right
the most sense for a connection from the beginning.
Right, and we're actually moving on to what Lucy's talking about here. So why are they on Nancy talking about images when they should be talking about the other male profile on that sheet? Amen. And they're completely avoiding that, and they have always.
Well, I thought he kind of made a blanket statement about everything that's coming out. So
yeah,
to me, that's everything's everything. I don't know.
It could be. Yeah, could be. This is just a stupid statement by Steve. The FOIA system is for accountability of the state, those in charge. Yeah, good point. Again,
well, in my opinion, I think those families should get every last document and they should get whatever they want from the investigation.
Yeah, any bit of discovery. Yes,
give it to them. Give them all of it.
If that's truly what this is, Kim, that's what I hope they get. I hope that's what this is all about with this lawsuit. I'm telling you, I truly hope. And that's why I told you guys before, if this settles out of court for money.
Yeah.
No. Welcome, Chevy Metal. Good to see you. I think
it's disgusting that we can't give it to the victims' families until someone else pays for it first.
Yeah, that's insane.
What?
That is insane.
That's horrible.
They should be given victims' families in any case, not just this one. In any case, any situation should be handed everything that has to do with these cases, period. Every drop of it should go directly to them in a file, and they should have access to everything. And I think it's insane that they're not. I've always thought that. It just doesn't make sense. Now, I do understand to some aspect with, certain suspects and things like that. They have to protect them to that aspect as far as, because there are situations where victim or family members of victims that have passed on, the family members kind of go apeshit and they want to go after them. So they kind of protect them in that aspect. But other than that, like the other details of the cases and all the discovery stuff like that, I think should be very, very accessible by families of loved ones that have been murdered. I'm sorry. That just, it doesn't make sense that it's not. You know what I mean?
No. Yep.
Welcome, Miss Robin. Good to see you, dear. So Steve is saying that he has, oh, you already played this. Thank you, Jen. So anyway, as we see this, we're about to move forward, and yeah, I'm gonna be reacting to this. I'm gonna try. God help me. I'm gonna try to be professional because I can't handle this woman at all, and you guys know that. And so I'm gonna apologize ahead of time and throw a little bit of a trigger warning out there. Ugh, this is gonna be so hard, so hard. I can't handle her, and it's gotten worse with this case. There's two of these reporters. I absolutely, for those of you that don't know me that well, I absolutely can't stand nor even handle their voices. Okay, so hearing their voices and seeing their faces makes me want to crawl inside my own body and just disappear. They get under my skin so bad, but I'm going to do my best to react to this. So please accept my apology up front for some of the things that I may say or how I may react is all I'm saying.
Are you going to try to let it play through a lot?
Yeah.
First? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to step away and listen, and then I'll be back for that. Maybe after he takes his call. Let's see. I'm reading your comments. If you guys
1 second.
Yeah, you're good. I'll stay till you get it ready. Let me see. Oh, Lucy answered me. We got to look at what she said. What'd she say? Steve is talking about someone's timing advance linking to a perp. That's what I kept thinking. Like the timing advance would have to go to he's talking about it being what happened. BK timing advance was never introduced. So in order to say,
sorry, that was Mrs. Dago. She was having a bit of an issue. So my apologies, guys. FB the cook, welcome. Good to see you. And welcome to the sauce. All you guys that have just recently been added. Thank you. Welcome, Sophie.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Let's get into this here. And my biggest issue with this person is the way that she acts and talks about certain things when she knows she's wrong, blatantly lying about things and just blatantly having ignorant statements to make which is what my biggest problem with her. So I'm going to do the best I can to be as professional as I can. And here we go.
The victims' families been through enough. I don't understand what is wrong with these people. Joining me, two very special guests, the parents of the beautiful Kelly GONCALVES. What happened when you first learned these pictures from hell? Hell had been released.
They were out. They were already on the website. You know, it's not true crime anymore. It's troll crime.
They're making a profit off your dead loved ones.
Breaking news. Hell pics. Pictures straight from hell. Horrific photos from inside the brutal Idaho murders of 4 beautiful young University of Idaho students. Why were those photos leaked on the Idaho State Police website and then quickly?
They weren't leaked. They were released by ISP. Leaking and releasing are two different things. So right there, she's lying.
Scrubbed away. Hello, everybody saw it. This after Brian Koberger slaughters innocent students, and tonight the parents sue. Do you blame them? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Inside the Brian Koberger murder scene, the truth of what happened that night when 4
and I'm going to make a quick statement here. with what you just heard them say about people profiting off their dead child, what is Nancy doing right now? She gets a paycheck for reading a script of bullshit to the world that's mostly full of lies, and she gets a paycheck for it. So, can anybody explain to me how that's any different? Because if you can, let's sit down and talk. Truly. Because it's not.
Beautiful University of Idaho students were slaughtered.
And understand. I mean what I just said. Anything I state towards the families of the victims, I mean with as much respect as I can muster, folks. That's a fact, okay? Because of what they've been through. But don't make a statement when you're absolutely sitting on a panel of a reporter who's been reporting this case from day one about your daughter who passed and is absolutely getting a paycheck. Somebody tell me what the fucking difference is, please.
In their own beds.
This would have been a bloodbath where they were killed.
Now the family that's still dealing with the brutal murder of their children are having to take on a fight so these vile photos are not released. What in the hay? Haven't the victims' families been through enough? I cannot imagine. Last night, under immense pressure for our program to show the photos, I looked at them.
Under immense pressure. I can't help myself, Kim, I'm sorry. Under immense pressure. No, you wanted to see them so that you could describe what you wanted to describe because they wanted you to watch that and look at them. That's 100% what it was. Stop telling lies. And this has been from day one, Nancy, that you've been doing this. On this case, repeatedly talking about it. So this is insane.
I had to get on the phone with our investigative reporter, Dave Mack, and actually broke down and cried looking at these photos. And there is no way in HELL that we're going to go along with leaked photos that just destroy the families. I saw only...
Once again, they're not leaked. The ISP released them on purpose, and then they put out a statement in the New York Times that stated they retracted them temporarily. Okay? Temporarily. It's in, I read it to you guys, to make sure that everything that is in those is what it should be, and there's things in there that shouldn't be. That's why they took them down for a temporary period of time, and then they're going to put them back up. If something's leaked, it's not going to be purposely put up and taken down and put back up. So she's either stupid or, once again, playing into the hands of the family, because that's what I believe she's doing, to try to make herself look like she's not doing the same fucking thing that everybody else is doing while she's in here fake crying.
One probative photo of what was leaked. The rest was just gore. One probative photo that actually meant something, that proved something, and that was the location of the knife sheath. Joining me.
Every one of the photographs has a meaning behind it. Every one of the photographs, in my opinion, especially the photographs of Xana's bedroom, the photographs that show the half wall in the living room where the table was, these things prove that things happened in this house. These things, in my opinion, prove that one person didn't do this. If you look at Xana's bedroom and the photos in there, it proves that one person didn't do this. Of course, she's not going to state that because she's a fucking idiot and she doesn't want to state that because it would go against the narrative she's been running for 3 years. Again, please excuse, I told you guys up front, I can't handle her. This is so hard for me, okay? But I have to call it what it is.
Right now, two very special guests, the parents of the beautiful Kelly Goncalves. Thank you to both of you for being with us. It means so much that at this moment, when you are under siege again, that you take time to be with us tonight. So thank you.
Thank you.
I've got so much to talk to you about. Of course, Brian Koberger's sister does a New York Times article whining about how hurt she is and the pain her family's going through. Really? But
Okay, dumbass. That is not what that was. And I'm going to go off, guys, because I advocate for Brian's family, because I think that when they get attacked, whoever does that is sick in the head. His mother and father and his sisters had nothing to do. If Brian did this, nothing to do with it, okay? Period. And people like her with that sick mentality should not even be breathing the same air we should be, in my opinion. She's an air thief, okay? She should not be able to say things like this. They did nothing wrong. And Melissa never said a damn thing about that. In fact, what Melissa said was that she doesn't want to talk about what they're going through for fear of it's going to overtake what the victims of the families are actually going through. This is what she actually said. If you read the article, you dumbass, obviously she didn't, because that's not at all what it said. So once again, more lies, and she's talking from the backside like she always does.
before I get to her, what about these photos? When did you, now this is what we're learning, Christy. We're learning that the Idaho State Police put these on their website and then quickly went ruh-roh and scrubbed the whole thing. They were leaked onto the website. What happened when you first learned these pictures from hell had been released?
Well, actually,
Okay, now she says it. They were released.
one of the Idaho State Police detectives called Olivia and told her that the photos were coming out, and they were.
We all heard this. Olivia Goncalves was alerted. I don't know her married name, so no disrespect. She was alerted that the photos were coming by an ISP detective. That's not leaking, okay? I know Nancy's brain is the size of a pea, but I hope that process is for her at this point. Obviously, probably not.
Different entity as the other ones were that were underneath the order that the Laramies and the Chapins won, being able to not show bodies or blood. And these were going to be a little different. The bodies were going to be redacted, but the crime scene was going to be pretty evident. So this entity called Olivia, by the time she got off the phone, she was calling me in a panic and telling me that they were coming out, and they were out. They were already on the website. Olivia is pretty adamant about, viewing things and wants to know what's out there. She doesn't just want to come upon something and be surprised. So somewhere along the line, it was very apparent that there were 3 pictures that showed the victims that did not get redacted. And it came down. It came down because there were 3. But whoever had downloaded those in that time frame before, I don't know how long it was up, have those pictures of actual victims. So it's very sad.
Yeah, this whole thing has turned into a profit-making enterprise. The day before, they told us that because somebody complained that did FOIA requests that the families were getting the photos at the same time, we no longer get the photos. We don't get any of the discovery from these images or anything that's been a FOIA request. They get it first, and then we can get it after them.
Did you see a photo with the students? I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but I don't have another way to say it. Did you see photos, crime scene photos, horrific, bloody crime scene photos with the victims' bodies in the photos? Did you see that?
Unfortunately, yes.
I don't understand why they can't ever do the right thing, Steve. They did not take this case to trial. They did not find out the truth. This was a death penalty case. If we're going to have the death penalty, this is it. They took a weak plea. We never learned the whole truth. They wouldn't do the right thing. And now they are buckling under to a FOIA request. But they don't even have the courtesy to give it to you first. When do they pick and choose when to follow the law?
Well,
Yeah.
Just to the other family that ever goes through a case like this, just know they're gonna lie to you. They're gonna tell you in your weakest moment that if you just want to make it go away, just go along with the plea, just go along and all this stuff will go away. And I had legal counsel and they were like, that's not gonna go away, Steve. They're just lying to these families, trying to divide them so that they can get at least somebody to agree with what they're doing. And then that's all they need. Even though there's 4 victims and you can get a death penalty for 1, they wanted to break us apart to help their narrative. And we're still dealing with it. We're still dealing with it right now.
Well, I've got to tell you something, Mr. and Mrs. Goncalves. After my fiance was murdered, of course, I was a witness at the trial. And I remember coming down.
Now, we all knew that was coming because that's in every show she does.
Off the witness stand. I had never been in a courtroom. I didn't know anything about the justice system at all. When I came off the witness stand, it was way high up by the judge's head. I came down, then there was a landing, then there were more steps to come down. And I walked out and I looked over and I saw Keith's bloody shirt. And I was just a young girl, but I will never forget that moment. I had not seen it. I didn't know about it. I knew what he was wearing that morning when he left. It was a denim shirt to go to his job at a construction site. But I had not did not see any of the evidence until I saw that, his bloody clothes lying on the counsel table. And that one moment has crystallized in my mind after all these years. So I don't know how you can even close your eyes and go to sleep at night after you've seen the crime scene photos that were leaked and then scrubbed on the police site. What did that do to you, Christy?
So, I chose to look very quickly. Unfortunately, sometimes it just gets me. Other times I'm no, but I was like, I gotta, and I did not look at a lot. I did not look, for long. I pretty much was out of there like quickly, but it's hard to unsee. And I knew that. I knew it would happen.
What about it, Steve?
I haven't seen very many. On the ones that I've seen are just ones that my family wanted me to comment on if it was as bad as, basically showing me seeing the victims in body bags, things that they're not entertainment. I mean, they're for investigations. They're and if you're not going to have a trial, you really don't have the same investigation at that point. It's not a need to know. It's not the community, and you're not having a jury. So it's kind of frustrating that we're still dealing with it.
And we get a lot of heat over this because people say you guys are no different. It is very common for crime scene photos to come out. I get that. I understand that. I feel bad for those families that their loved ones are out there and this has happened. But I just feel like times are changing, and what people do with those photos nowadays is what the real problem is. Blow them up on social media and analyze them and talk about them. It's not true crime anymore. It's troll crime, and that's where things are changing. And it has been for.
Here's what I don't quite understand. And I don't understand why the mentality goes in this direction. Okay. I'm only truly honest to God here because this case bothers me. 4 people, 4 young, amazing, intelligent, beautiful people, their lives were taken and never got to start a life for no reason. Okay. And I'm here because I want to know why, and I want to know who, and I don't like the way the investigation was done. And it's obviously they don't either. Okay. And I don't like the way the prosecution prosecuted this. They don't either. So I don't understand why, when somebody is standing in a sense behind you, trying to get some truth for you, and I know they don't want it, that's fine. But a lot of us can't help ourselves because we live in the same country as you. We don't want other people to go through what you've gone through. We don't want you to go through what you've gone through. As most of us are parents, okay? And the fact that this is happening like this, and it can happen to anybody else too, on the other side of it, is why we're here. No other reason. Honest to God, at least in my aspect, and most of the people in this community, is what it's about. So to say something like that is, I understand they're angry, their grief and all this, and I mean it again with all due respect, but that's not true. It's really not.
Quite a while.
They're making a profit off your dead loved ones, and that
And so is Nancy Grace.
I love that you brought that out, because they're participating in the very thing they're, and Olivia's on TikTok, and she blew up on TikTok because of this case. I mean, and I don't, hey, I don't disparage that, but don't spew that at other people that are doing the same thing. And she shouldn't have said troll. I mean, that's not the right word to use. That's not what's happening. It's more like the clickbait ones, or people that are like way out in left field with things.
Yes, and even Kim, the Gilter channels are making a profit off of what you're arguing. News Nation is doing it. NBC does it. CBS does it. Dateline did it. Everything you have ever, yes. Every platform that they have ever spoken on is making a profit off of this situation in some aspect. This makes no sense. That's all I'm saying. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. What did you say? Finish what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No, exactly right. They can be mad at that, but you shouldn't direct that anger at a few of the people who are doing it, or the few types of the people that are doing it. Be mad at everybody. Be mad at the whole situation. Mad at the person you're talking to right now, Nancy Grace.
Yes, Brian Anton, their friend Brian Anton, somebody just said.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, every person that they've ever spoken to is making a profit of some sort somehow. Okay. Including their son is marrying one of us.
Yeah.
Who in the very beginning of this kind of had a different mindset on some things, I'll just say.
Yeah.
This makes no sense. And again, I understand the grief, the anger, the despair, all of it. I get it. And I'm so sorry. I am so sorry that they have had to go through what they've gone through. And I mean that from the depths of my heart and my soul. I'm a parent. I have 7 children. I could never imagine anybody ever having to deal with what these people have had to deal with. But you're pointing your anger in the wrong place is what I'm saying. Go ahead, Kim.
Yep. It's unfortunate that Steve, I think, got mixed up with maybe not the best person on social media at first, and things went a little crazy with that. Wasn't that with the videos and stuff that got the Linda Lane stuff and all that? Because there's other creators that I know on both sides, guilty and trying to search for the truth, that he has spoke to personally. And I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Christy kind of speak more to that than he does? Does he a
little bit? Yeah, I think, you're right.
About the
social
media part of it.
Earlier on, Steve was more open to the possibility of there being more than one person involved in this. Okay. Christy said, nope, Brian did it. Nobody. That's it. I'm done. It's over. That's the end of it. And I said, okay, well, I respect that. But she also said in the very beginning, if you guys remember, I refer back to this all the time, that she truly and honestly believes that this is somebody that Kaylee knew. It's somebody they were close to.
Yep.
And then when Brian was brought into all of a sudden they didn't know Brian. Brian didn't know them. That's been proven.
Yep. I see your comments, Meg. I saw them. When I said at least one social media person, she said more than one.
There's a lot. Yeah, Meg's right. There's a whole lot. And you're going to these channels that have the worst people. They make the worst statements, the worst content. Skeletor herself is a horrible person. She's made horrible statements, wishing death on people, wishing painful versions of death on people. You're a reporter that is reporting a story to the world, saying things like that. I don't see too many YouTubers doing that. And then this person who is all about herself, every time she does an interview with anybody, she has to put herself in the middle of it and remember what happened to Keith. Poor Keith. I'm sorry that this happened. You guys know me, okay? But all due respect to Keith, not her, but Keith. I'm sorry that happened, but it's not about Keith or you at this point, Nancy. It's about them. Stop making it about you. That disgusts me every time she does it. That's all I'm saying.
Every show. It's either Keith or the twins.
Every time. It's like, you're not in this. Like, make this about them. That's what you're supposed to be doing. This is about them, not you. Stop.
She was also sensationalizing it, which I think is another thing that they're really meaning to say, is the sensationalizing of it. She blatantly, on purpose, said leaked only twice at least before she came out and corrected it and said posted then removed. Then she's asking them basically, have you seen the photos? That's all you needed to say. Have you seen the photos? But she said, I'm trying to say this in the most tasteful way that I can, or however she said it. And then she goes, horrific, bloody pictures. Like,
she's a drama monger. That's what she is. Yeah, she's a drama monger because she knows what's going to get the views. And they're telling her,
yeah, we don't like that.
Here's your script, ding dong. Read this, make it look good, pull your hair, do a fake cry, throw yourself around a little bit. Yeah. And if you look at Steve's face, as much as he probably hates us, did you look at the face he made when she was doing what she was doing? It was kind of like, what are you doing? Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, I'm here, and that's my opinion. That's how I looked at him, but it is what it is. Steve is very like a mood ring. You can kind of tell where he's at with what his his mood is based on the way he looks at people. So
yeah.
She's trash, guys. I'm sorry. I don't have any respect for this woman. She's trash. Her and Ashley Banfield need to start a show together and call it The Trash Heap. And then they can just sit there and trash each other back and forth because they're both garbage. They're both garbage. Garbage. God.
That was a good one.
That was going on.
They're relishing in it.
Yeah, and that was to a lesser extent before. But like your organization isn't showing them, you're not going to get that same kind of professionalism in some of these smaller true crime people.
Yeah, no.
Some of them do, though.
I remember years ago on it was my very first book. It was called Objection, and I wrote a chapter called Blood Money, and I was so stunned that people got a hold of Nicole Brown's autopsy photos and were selling them. After I wrote that chapter, Blood Money, I had this cheap little, it was like a $200 laptop. It's like this big that I wrote the book on. When I finished that chapter, I had to look up so many ghoulish examples of what we're talking about right now. I swear I thought the computer had to be hanged, and I destroyed it because I had to write about people buying crime scene photos and scraps from a crime scene that were bloody and autopsy photos. It's just ghoulish.
Oh my God.
You mean kind of like going to Crime Con and signing autographs for people after you sat and talked about people being murdered and killed and all those fun things? Is that kind of ghoulish too? Yeah. Okay. You're a celebrity because you talk about death and murder and crime. That's not ghoulish at all to anybody else. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't, whatever. Just saying. Go ahead, Kim, with what you were going to say.
I just keep going back to when she said trying to be graceful about it. And, now you're talking about Nicole Brown Simpson, which we all know how horrible that was.
Of course.
Making that's a that comparison. That's a harsh, you're putting that image in their head. Which I don't think is a kind thing to do. Oh, and I wanted, what was the other thing? There were two things someone brought up in chat that reminded me. Let me see if I can remember them. No, I will. I know there were two things I wanted to say, but I can't remember. They'll come back to me.
Yeah, well, this is why I call her nasty, disgraceful. That's her name for me. So, did you read the comments over on Nancy's video? The public. Oh, good. It's about time. High heels. Good.
Oh,
I'll have to take a look at it then, guys.
Yes, I always go to the comments.
Yeah, of course. It's always
on
good.
everything.
Maybe people are realizing her true name being, like I said, nasty, disgraceful. It is what it is.
I remembered. So if you get the chance to interview the Gonsalveses, don't you want to ask them some of the things that they've said to clarify, right? And when he said, "Oh, I paid that bill," someone made that comment in the chat, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, is it just paid the funeral bill, paid for, was it that, or is it something else? Could you clear that up for us, because people are speculating about that. Could you set the record straight?" That would be a great question that I would love to find out.
Yes. Yes.
The other one, he was supposed to meet with somebody, remember, the informant that he found and all of that. Like,
yep.
Okay, the case is over now. Can you tell us about that? Like, was it Molly? Was it, who?
Was it somebody else? Yes.
Was it real? Like, because was she in jail at that time? Like, it probably wasn't her, right?
Might be
in jail.
Maybe not. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't know, but ask about it. Like, try to get some information. All of this is just, I don't know, emotion. It's just
drama,
emotion.
Kim. It's drama.
Yeah.
This is like a soap opera. This is exactly what she's doing. These are the days of Nasty's lives, is what this is. Okay, just saying.
Yeah.
And she's trying to get everybody to, oh my God, Nasty's crying. She's got such a beautiful heart and soul. No. No.
And I think it shows how little these mainstream people really know about the case. Like, they're probably not reading it. Someone's reading it for them. Like you said, they're given a script, ask this, say this, whatever. People who follow the case, oh my God, I could think of like so many questions. Like, what the Gonsalveses probably know more about what happened with Murphy. Like, what happened with Murphy? Like, did they check him for evidence? I don't know, that kind of
100%. Those are this is what here, and I would love to enter. I know they won't, and I respect that. Okay, because I'm not the forte that they want to be associated with, and that's fine. I would love to interview them, and I would have probably a half of a notebook full of questions that I would ask, and it would all be done with absolute nothing but respect and condolences and all of that. It would be purely 100% respectful if I ever were to be able to do it, and to show them that I'm not against you. I don't dislike you. I'm broken inside in some aspect for what you've been through as a human being. It broke me and many of the rest of us. Whether we agree with what you think is who the perpetrator is or any of that doesn't mean that we don't feel for you. All of us do. None of us could ever imagine going through what these people have gone through.
No.
And I think a lot of us, if we had the ability to take that away from them, would do it right now. I would.
Yep.
If I could do something right this moment to take back what has happened to their child, I would be standing first in line to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because nobody should ever have to go through this. And it bothers me a lot, you guys, because I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I know when I wake up every morning, why I lose sleep over this case. Why when I wake up, the first things I think about with this case are because these people lost their children that they'll never get to see again, that they'll never be able to spend birthdays with, that they'll never be able to visit with their grandchildren that they've made, in their marriages and all those things. None of that will be able to happen ever. This trash turns it into a drama soap opera, and I think it's very disrespectful the way she does it. And she's not providing or proving anything other than the fact that she's a horrible actress. It's not helping these two.
Yeah.
And she's making, you want to talk about profit? I don't make shit on YouTube, folks. That's a fact. And I'll show you if you don't believe me. I do not make shit. I promise you that the house, the car, and the clothes that this woman owns are the best of the best of the best because of the fucking profit that she makes off of all this shit. So, no. I can't accept any of that. And I never will.
Yep.
And my apologies for singing and sounding the way I do, but that's a fact. That's truly how I feel. Truly. And it's shameful that she's okay with this and being this way and telling the lies that she tells day after day after day after day. You're not helping them at all. You're doing more damage, in my opinion, than any of us could do. That being said, I'm sorry again.
I mean, she's just getting, I don't even know if they've given a little bit of their opinion about the photos, but I don't know. Like everybody's in the chat is saying what's the number one question would be, what do you think about these other unknown DNA samples that are in the house? Like, wouldn't she have at least some questions about that? Tell us. What do you guys think? Are you able to ignore that and just move on with one perp? Like,
because
do you really think, oh, you saw some of the photos? Does it look like, a single perpetrator? I don't know.
Those are the questions I'd ask him. Those are the questions any decent reporter would ask. Okay, not when I got off of the witness stand that was at the judge's head. I saw bloody shirt. Like, why do they care, Nasty? Why do they care, Nasty? Or talking about the cleanup of where the scene was that their daughter lost her life. This woman is brain dead and then crying, pretending like you're crying because what are you thinking about? That you're going to miss your hair appointment? Is that what made you cry? Because it ain't this. Because you have no soul. God.
I think that, the questions that I was saying would be difficult to ask because I know that they want, especially Christy wants to believe that it's Brian and it's over with. And, I get that part of it. So I know that they would be hard questions to ask, but I don't think that is any worse. I think it's better than saying, have you seen the horrific bloody pictures of your children?
1,000,000%. Yes, absolutely, Kim. Do you think that this had something to do with narcotics or drugs or any of that?
Or have you ever thought that?
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts now?
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm going to go forward a little bit further. Sorry.
Yep.
After you saw that, to both of you, how did that affect you? Because I still think back on that moment.
Another dumb question.
I just saw a bloody shirt.
I'm not sure if I've really been able to wrap my mind around it, honestly. I showed, I don't believe you've actually looked at them on your own. I showed Steve one, and it was one of the less.
Watch Christy cue Nancy to talk about the money by rubbing her hands together. Really? I won't go back right now, but I'll definitely go back and look at it.
Graphic ones, and he was like, yeah. So unfortunately, I went there, and I deeply regret it. I knew I would.
I've got to tell you something. I learned, the hard way. I'm very curious by nature, but when it comes to my fiance's murder, I've learned.
There we go again. Once again, this is not about you. This is about them. Stop making it about you. God, every time, you guys, every time she does this.
I'm sure it's a drinking game somewhere in the world.
I will guarantee it.
To drink every time she mentions her fiance or the twins.
If I was a drinker, I probably would be involved in it. I'm telling you, because it happens so damn much. I'm telling you.
To control that, my curiosity, because I don't want any more nightmares or any more night terrors or sleepwalking or crying jags than I've already had. So I
Then stop bringing it up every 10 minutes.
just, please know you are in our thoughts and our prayers throughout this whole ordeal. And to put it up and then scrub it shows a certain degree of knowledge that you did the wrong thing.
Well, here's the thing. They didn't leak it or put it up and scrub it. They put it up and took it down to ensure that they were doing it the right way, because there was obviously a mistake somebody made. And you can't go through pictures, and sometimes people forget about reflections and think that something's not there. People make mistakes, folks, just as much as you do, Nasty. So once again,
I want to talk to you now about another Koberger related incident. Listen.
Now, Koberger's sister, her name, she goes by Mel, spoke to the New York Times. This piece was published on Wednesday, January 7th. The headline, her brother murdered 4 students. Now she's ready to talk. Well, I'm so happy that she now feels ready to tell her story. The readout in the online version says that Mel is going to talk about the Koberger families, their pain, their confusion. This thing happened the blink of an eye ago. And this piece is such a piece of journalistic malpractice. The interviewer, the guy's name is Mike Baker. He either does not know nor does he care to read in to the details of this case. But instead, we've got crap like this in the New York Times. Feel sorry for me. My brother is
is this Nancy's illegitimate sister or something?
This is crazy. Like, oh my gosh. I thought it was a humble interview. It certainly wasn't. It wasn't defensive. It wasn't derogatory to anybody.
No, they've done nothing wrong. Nothing at all. Brian's mother's sick. Brian's dad has a heart issue now. And the sisters have lost their jobs. And they're like having to change their appearance and stuff so that people don't recognize them. Yeah, they're going through things. Okay. And that's important too, because guess what? They're human beings too. They did not raise this child. If he were the one that did it, to go out and murder people. Okay. This is a God-loving family that raised their children the best way any parent can, probably better than she did. Okay. I don't know who this other opposite portrait of this creature here is. But again, these people had nothing to do with any of this. Leave them the fuck alone. It's sickening to me. I don't even know who this is. Jesus Christ. They're both bullies. They're both bullies.
Someone said, I feel bad for the cats these women own. That's why I was
God
laughing.
help her if they're married and they have children. God help them all. Yes, him. Yes.
That was a good one.
Homicidal maniac who snuffed out 4 young lives and seemed to enjoy doing it. And it looks like my mom was an accessory after the fact, just my opinion. But hey, we just want to re-enter polite society. Please, won't you help us? And the New York Times says, sure, why not?
That is our
Mom
friend,
help.
Maureen Callahan from her pod.
You heard Nasty say that's her friend. Look at her face. That's her personality right there. That's their friend.
She said she thinks the mom helped.
This is not Brian Laundrie, you idiots. Okay, this is not Brian Laundrie. Every case is different. It's
oh,
sickening.
That's right. Yeah.
It's sickening. I'm sorry, but not every case is the same. Not every person, not every parent. No. Okay. And here's the honest truth. Brian Koberger, if his parents knew about this, they would have turned him in. Brian's sisters would have said something. They would have turned him in.
Yep.
When Brian stole his sister's phone, his father called the police and had him arrested for it. Does that not tell you anything? Nasty. Good God. Oh, Fancy, where are you at? You need to do something about this. Your cousin, you need to fix her. I thought I saw nothing. Nothing half-assed in here. I know she's in here somewhere. Where are you at? Yes, she's in here. By the way, that's not a fact, guys. Nothing half-assed. She does a little thing where she pretends to be the cousin of Nasty Grace, and it's worth watching. It'll help you decompress. She does amazing things. There she is, right there. You got to go watch her stuff, guys. Please make sure her link's dropped. Breathe. Okay, here we go.
Cast the nerve, and boy, she hit the nail on the head. Really? Mel is whining to the New York Times, and they're printing their puff piece about her pain and her family's pain. Okay, that's the time to keep your pie hole shut. Right there. I would like your response to Koberger's family whining about their pain.
I think it's just odd that that's their first time they've chosen to speak out. Apparently they stand behind him, whether they believe the truth or not, but they've never spoken out for his innocence. They've never gone out there and said, my brother's innocent. He didn't do this.
Again, all due respect to these two. If you saw what the public has done to Brian, if you saw what the public has done to your child that has been the one implicated in this situation, would you speak in public at this point? Anybody? Kim, would you do that?
If I knew that my loved one was innocent, I would, no matter what was going on, but that's just me. But I do see that as a reason to not, especially if you're getting advised. Like if they would get advised, everybody's got different personalities and everybody's going to handle everything different. I know myself. I don't think I'd be able to I don't think I could do it. Like to stay quiet that whole time.
I get it.
Either way, like whether I thought he did it or didn't, I don't know. That's just me. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Like, yeah.
Well, and here's the thing: is
she expressed in that article that we have a strong belief and a strong faith, and this was what we decided. Like, she explained it.
Yes, she truly did. And here's the thing. In my opinion, okay. They basically have expressed that they stand behind Brian, meaning that they believe he's innocent. Okay. They probably do have attorneys. They've been threatened, folks. We know that that's happened, that his family has been threatened. His father has a heart issue. His mother has been very sick and has not left the house. Honestly, there probably have been directed to not speak to the public right now. Okay. Because it is still fairly fresh. And in my opinion, yeah. And Melissa probably, and she was very, very careful with what she said in that interview. Okay. She was not disrespectful, and she always put the victims' families in front of everything she said. Everything she said was them first. What the hell else do you want her to say? They are going through shit. They lost. Granted, he's still alive, yes, and they can still speak to him. They know he's breathing oxygen. They still lost him. They lost a part of their life. They've lost a lot of their part of a lot of pieces of their life. Their family is destroyed at this point. Again, his sisters have both lost jobs over this. His father has a heart issue. His mother's sick. There's got to be some kind of empathy for that somewhere. They didn't commit the crime. They did not do this to these people.
Yeah. I think the sister was so empathetic that she wanted to get certain to me. I read through the whole article and reacted to it in a video, and I felt like she had points she wanted to get out to address some of the narratives and things that have been misspoken about, and she wouldn't even do that blatantly. Like, I thought they were very subtle, told in stories about the family or scenarios like that. They weren't defensive. They weren't blaming anybody else.
There was no woe is me, no feel bad for us, none of that.
No.
Nothing. It was very well done, in my opinion, and I felt like she should have said more. And I fully advocate for them with what they've gone through at this point. And again, they're being threatened, they're being attacked. They're all by many people that support this side of things, and it's disgusting. It's very sincere, okay, what she said, and I felt so bad for her with what they're dealing with. Of course, I feel almost as bad for them as I do for the families that lost their kids here. Truly, honestly. And it was very well written and very tasteful. And of course, Nasty has to make everything a big damn deal because she draws the drama out. That's what she does. Because once again, trash is trash.
He would never do such a thing, but they come out and, say, we're in this terrible situation. Our family is hurting and whatnot. And I don't doubt that their family is having some sort of confusion.
No, it's actual pain, Christy. They're going through true pain. And here's the thing. Let me say this too, Kim. If they would have spoken out, okay, let me put it this. If they would have stayed quiet like any longer, then it would have been that, and I know how people work, then it would have been that they're hiding this, or they support Brian, or it would have came out that maybe the girls were killers too. They already went in that direction because I can't remember if it was Melissa or Amanda that did the horror movie, that they were trying to claim that because she acted in a horror movie that they're all bad people and all that dumb shit too. So there's that too, you guys. So you can't play it both ways. You get it one way or the other. Thank you so much, Mittens. Very much appreciated. I think that's number 2 or 3 on our goal. God bless. Very, very generous of you, dear. So yeah, 100%, guys. They'd have been attacked either way. That's all there is to it, and that's just how these people work. So,
pain. I don't. I'm sure that they are.
It doesn't even compare.
But it does not compare at all. They could still talk to him. They could write to him. They could go visit him. He's still breathing.
My kids would be, if one of my kids did something like this, they would be did to our family. We would not be supporting them. That we would not be. I tell all my kids, if you do something that.
But therein, and again, all due respect, Steve, his parents and his family believes him to be innocent, as do quite a few people. So therefore, in turn, okay, and I've said this before, if my child was responsible for something like this, then I would have 100% turned him in. I would have probably distanced myself from him completely. That's just me, you guys. I don't believe in doing wrong. My kids know this. You do something wrong, you take accountability for it. End of story. That's all there is.
Oh, yeah.
Period.
Atrocious. Even like it's something like that where you overly go over somebody else as well. You're done. This family, we would never put up with that. And we're talking about an individual who's got like $30,000. So you gotta stand up and say the person's wrong, and then remove your support. Otherwise, you're condoning what he did, and you're embracing it, and you're rewarding him for that behavior. And that's why society has people like this. And we will continue to have people like this because we haven't just cut the rope and said, you're done. You're dead. You're dead. Even though you're alive.
And one more time, guys, Steve, again, all due respect, you cannot say how you would, that child would be dead to you if they committed a crime like this. You can't say that because it's never happened to you. You don't know how you would feel. You don't know how you'd react. You can say it all day, just as much as any of us can. But you're still going to love that child. You created that life. You and your wife created that life. No matter what they've done wrong, you still created that life. That love is still in your heart, no matter what. That doesn't mean if you think they did what they did, that you have to support them in it. And that's not what they're doing. They believe in Brian's innocence. Therefore, they support that, period. Because they know their child and they have said it. This is not something Brian would do. This does not sound like Brian. I think Melissa in that interview said that it's hard for her to believe or understand this because she cut herself one time over the holiday and was bleeding. And Brian was like, oh my God, you're bleeding. What the hell? Like, yeah, that sounds like somebody that would kill people. It's going to react to blood that way. Come on, you guys. It doesn't make sense to me.
You're dead to us.
It's hard to put ourselves in their shoes because a lot of people think they could put themselves in our shoes and speak on behalf of how they would act, or they wouldn't have done what we did, or they would have done this and that and this and that. And until you're in these shoes, it's hard to really say what you're going to do. We think we know what we would do if the tables were reversed. So it is hard to actually know for sure. That's just our opinion of how we feel as a family.
Hey guys, Gonsalveses, you sitting down, you may need to lay down. Quotes from Melissa Koberger from the New York Times. Brace yourself. I've always been a person who has spoken up for what was right. Okay, just right there. Screeching, stop. If I ever had a reason to believe my brother did anything, I would have turned him in. Okay, it's confusing.
Like I said, there it is. So there in turn, she doesn't believe he did this. And there's nothing wrong with that because neither do I. And neither do quite a few other people because they never showed any proof to anybody, including his family, that he did anything because they can't. They don't have it. It doesn't exist, in my opinion.
Why did she have to interrupt them right there? Like, she was mid-sentence. Like, they were talking about their feelings and all of that. And I want to hear what they have to say, not
mainly
quote.
Right, because she's trash, Kim. She's trash.
It's painful. It's like being victimized, but not really being a victim. Okay? You're not a victim. You're not a victim, Melissa Koberger. The idea is making me so emotional, I can barely speak to you about it. It's human nature to be curious about.
Well, then I'm sorry, Nasty, but you're not a victim either for your loss of keys. Turnabout's fair play.
About darker things. That's how we keep ourselves safe. I think we should try to come together for a true crime culture. What? Come together for a true crime culture? Now, wait. We're all so proud of him because he had overcome so much. It was a heart surrounded by vibrant colors that I had.
No. You see how she skipped that other part? He was still so socially awkward, again, because of his autism. She skipped that, though, because that's what she is. That's what trashy people do.
Yep.
Draw for Brian, even if I could not be there in person. Okay, I stand up for what is right. She actually said that, Christy. She said that.
Yeah, I find it very hard to believe that she doesn't know the truth. Unless in that situation that they are in, they just have a mental block that will not allow them to accept what he did.
They won't accept it because there's no proof that he did it. I wouldn't accept it either. I don't accept it because there's no proof that he did it. That's not a mental block. That's viewing what we see and not seeing any proof that the man did it. In turn, What else would you think? What else would you do, Kim, if you were presented with this situation and they tell you this is what he did? He's going to prison. End of story. I'm walking away. And never showed you any proof of it. What would you say?
If I was Brian Koberger's parents,
yeah.
Carlos and I talked about this. Like, our child would have to tell us, like, and if they said we didn't do it, we would be out fighting tooth and nail. And but also, like, you know, okay, you need to help, like, defend this. Like, you need all the information, right? And we would fight for that.
Yeah. That's what any normal human being would do that has a child. And they should expect this too, because they have children. They have a son. They have daughters. Okay. All of that, as a parent, you should do the same thing.
She said in her own words, Brian, you're out at like 1, 2, and 3 in the morning.
Be careful running.
So if you know your brother's out, he has the same car, you've got a shared family Amazon account, you're seeing he has the weapon. So now he has the weapon, the car, and he's...
We've never seen that Brian ever owned the weapon. We've never seen receipts that it came from that account. We've never seen anything other than their word saying that it did. And yeah, he's out running at 1, 2. So I go out driving at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning in the summertime and enjoy it because it's only quiet time that we get around here. And it's cooler in the summers. I don't sleep. This is normal. It's absolutely normal. But none of these things make any sense to me. I'm sorry. That's what his sister's not supposed to tell him to be careful. And again, he has the same car. Well, guess what? You know, all due respect, so did 21,000 other people. Are you going to say the same thing to their families?
The same car without fog lights.
Yeah, it's actually not his car, Steve. So again, my apologies.
Nobody brings that up on mainstream media.
Of course not. No. Or wait, let me, were they fucking clip-on fog lights? Is that what it was again?
And also the same car, and I don't know if, let me know if I'm wrong about this, but I think it looks like it's turning right towards the park, not left towards Idaho.
Well, don't forget the other car, Kim. There's a 2-door that they show that has tinted windows.
Yeah.
Brian's car is a 4-door, so that's not the right car either.
Yeah.
So whose car is the right car? Who are the people in a 2-door? Does Moscow know who they are? Because I'd like to know. Maybe those are the people you should be talking to their parents about. Bullshit. 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 God, I'm so... It's so aggravating. It is all so aggravating.
You know, and I would ask them, like... I love that.
Yes, ma'am. You would ask them.
I would ask them, like, aren't you curious about why they don't seem to be forthcoming with all the evidence? Like, it seems like they're holding stuff back. It seems like they have evidence that they're not showing everybody, you know, something. Talk about the important stuff.
The real stuff.
Yeah. The stuff that's really happening. Not, have you seen the gory, horrific, bloody photos so I can get your reaction on my show?
Say that one more time.
I said, not, have you seen the horrific, gory picture, bloody pictures so that I can get your reaction on my show?
That's all this is. What did you think when you saw this?
Yeah.
Well, what do you think they thought, you dumbass? Same thing you thought, okay? When Keith died, again, you had very, very horrible feelings. Of course, that's just a dumb question to ask anybody that's been through this. And that's really kind of sadistic, in my opinion, and selfish. You don't do that. Yeah, but all the questions she should be asking, she absolutely, fully and totally avoids.
She's trying to provoke.
That's exactly what she's doing. Thank you for saying it. She's provoking a reaction so that they get angry or start crying or have a reaction that draws drama ratings to her channel is what that is.
reacting to what the sister said. Oh, look what she wrote. Look how she wrote this. Oh,
Right.
no.
Right.
Her poor brother.
And I feel horrible for Melissa. And I'm glad she wrote that. I'm glad she spoke out. Nasty.
Someone said Keith died 50 years ago.
I know. I just saw it. And I don't feel bad for her for that. I don't.
That's a long time.
I feel bad for Keith's family. Sorry, but Nancy, you've ruined me even being able to express condolences to you for something like that, because you spoke about it more than I can ever count in the past 4 years. We all know, okay? They don't want to hear it. They're going through enough. You don't need to bring that into this. I see a lot of people asking the same question. Did Steve disown his brother for what he did? That's a great question, you guys. I don't truly care, but did he? You can't make a statement if you're going to turn around and be a different way about it. That's all I'm saying. It was legit 47 years ago. So that's a damn shame. How do you even still remember this, Nancy? Truly. Yeah, agreed with that one, Dylan. That's a good point, bud.
Out around that time.
And he lives close.
Yeah, he's less than 10 miles away. Don't tell me you didn't know or you didn't think that he was a suspect. Or why didn't you tell him to go turn his car?
According to her, the family knew nothing. Listen.
Koberger's sister Mel saying her family had no idea her brother was a killer and reached out to warn him to be careful after the murders. Finally speaking out, she wants to talk about growing up with the killer.
No one wants to hear about growing up with Bryan Kohberger, but this does not bode well for her mental health care career. If she lived with a psycho killer her whole life and didn't notice anything was wrong. Okay, joining me right now, Dr. Bethany.
Well, first of all, you know what? No, I'm not going to go there. That's a little too much. So I'll just let that go, and we'll move to the next portion.
Well, I would say, and
yes,
I have experience with this, like through I know people, stuff like that. If you did grow up with somebody like that, and you did see those signs, you would have an idea. So for her to say she didn't
means she did
clarifying that.
Yeah.
You would know.
Yeah, that's a commonsensical statement.
That was mean to animals and lighting fires and the signs that they all say are there. Like you would know.
That nobody ever saw. So that would tell you, Nasty, that they didn't see anything. In turn, why they didn't react to it. That's a good point, Kim. Very good point.
She's a renowned psychologist out of the LA jurisdiction, author of Deal Breakers. You can see her on Peacock, and you can find her at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany Marshall, I ask that you tread very lightly while the Goncalves family is with us. But
she's asking everybody else to tread lightly, but she sure can't do it. That are you serious?
I'm sorry. I keep laughing. I keep reading the comments. They're so funny.
I am too. They're awesome in here. They are. I'm really anticipating seeing Nothing Half-Assed next video after this. Truly.
Oh my God.
What is with this person? It's my understanding, and you investigative reporters Susan and Dave, jump in if I'm wrong, but she has a career in mental health care, and she lived with a psycho killer her whole life and didn't notice a thing?
Nope.
Well, then, Nasty, that should tell you something, since she's a professional and doesn't. I mean, that's commonsensical right there. That means that he's not. Do you not get that? Or
right.
I'm
sorry. I'm telling you, I made the point on that article too, that it's one thing to have a parent's observation of your child, but I think siblings have the best intel because they're with their siblings if you're not under parental supervision and you're seeing the real side of your brother or sister,
sneaky side and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And guess what? There's none of that mentioned here. Maybe because it doesn't exist. Okay. Trashy.
That does not bode well.
No, there's so many reports about Brian Koberger that exposed the fact that he stalked, that the staff at the university had meetings about him. There were complaints about him. I'm sure he exhibited that same behavior at home. There's a term, the mask of sanity, when it comes to psychopaths, meaning that they wear the mask of sanity. They pretend that they're more sane than they really are. But Brian Koberger did not pretend he was sane. It was apparent to everybody around him. Why not Mel? And the thing about Melissa, in order to be a therapist, you have to have profound empathy for others. In her interview, she expresses no empathy for the families of the victims.
Well, even giving the interview about her pain and her family's pain. Okay, one thing before the Gonsalves leave us tonight, I want to speak to them about what this woman just said, Koberger's sister. The family had no idea. But let me lay something out for you, and then I will explore it more in depth with the rest of our panel. The phone records tell a very different story, Mr. and Mrs. Gonsalves, and I'm sure you already know this. But for those that don't, for the phone records, the murders of 4 beautiful students, including Koolaid Gonsalves, occurred between 4:05 and 4:20 a.m. Koberger turns his phone off between 2.
Can somebody explain to me first? Because it's been driving me nuts for years. Who's Koolaid?
Right? Yeah.
Can somebody tell me who Kelly is? I know who Kaylee is. I don't know who Koolaid is. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
2:30 and 4:30 a.m. He turns the phone back on his way from the crime scene back to his apartment in Pullman. 4:45 to 5 a.m. He immediately starts calling his mother around 6 a.m.
Normal.
He just turned his phone back on. Starts calling his.
Once again, and even from the mouth of Mr. Bill Thompson himself, there's no proof that Brian turned his phone off. You're excluding the fact that it was a handoff from tower to tower and it just didn't pick his phone up. So once again, misinformed.
And he always called his mom early in the morning. One of his parents.
Right. And the time is not at 6 a.m. for them.
No.
For him it was, but it wasn't for them.
Right.
Trying to remember, let's see. 6:13 would be 9:13. That's pretty normal. I would call my parents at 8 or 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
I think it's 9. Don't quote my math, guys. I'm not good with it. So 9 a.m. Okay, thank you. I was right. Yeah. So yeah, that's not abnormal to call your parents at 9 when you don't have anybody else and you're away from home for the first time in your life. Why wouldn't you? And let's look at the phone records, Nasty, and see how often he did do this. Is it a daily thing? Is it a weekly thing? Is it a every weekend thing? I don't know. Maybe you should go look and get your facts right before you make stupid statements, Nasty. Okay? Because it's very disgraceful, just as much as you are.
Even the Barnhart said he did. That was normal for him. It was a routine.
Just as much as Detective Gilbertson said, the photograph where he's doing this is normal because he's got 10,000 other ones just like that. So once again, Nasty, just get it right or don't get it, because you don't get it. Stupid ass.
His mother over and over and over and over obsessively. She doesn't pick up. Maybe she's sleeping. Then, in a fit of anger, he calls his father and says, "Why won't she pick up?"
Oh my God, you guys! I didn't realize this, but Nasty must have been there at Brian's apartment with him. I didn't know that. That must be a new fact.
Yeah.
He knew he was gritting his teeth and doing it like this.
I think she was spitting.
In a fit of anger, he was mad. Did he tell you that, Nasty?
Wow.
This woman's insane. Wow.
The phone. Well, she picks up the phone quickly after that, 6:17.
Yes, you heard him doing this and picked up the phone, Nasty. You brain dead idiot.
Calls mom on a phone call that lasts 36 minutes. 8:03, he is now driving back.
36 minutes. Oh my God, Kim. Have you ever spent that much on the phone, that much time on the phone with your kids ever?
Oh my gosh.
36 whole minutes.
Yeah.
I talk to my mother almost every morning for usually 2.5 to 3 hours. So, oh my God, I must be a killer.
Yep. How dare you?
Shame on you for
you
talking.
Weirdo calling your mom.
Unbelievable. Idiot.
To the crime scene to view his handiwork. This is very common amongst criminals. They return to the crime scene, don't know why. Why does a dog make a circle 3 times before it sits?
Did you know that Brian was seen back at 11:22 at the house at the next morning?
I know, the big crowd of people that saw him drive by with his window down.
He must have been stalking again at 45 miles an hour. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Isn't that another thing they walked back? Did the prosecution walk that back?
Yeah, every bit of this has been backpedaled, folks. Every bit of these things that these trash mongers are putting out are absolutely lies. Brian did not clean his car with bleach at home, and his sister never saw him do it. That's a lie. Brian did not sort through his garbage with gloves on and go put it in his neighbor's garbage can. That's a lie. Anything else we want to discuss? Because most of it has been proven to be lies. So keep going with it. Okay, Nasty?
Down. Don't know, but they do. He calls mommy, speaks nearly an hour driving around the crime scene. Did mom tell him to go back and get that knife sheath? Did she advise him to confess or not to speak?
No. Nope.
This is just
I think
100.
I didn't know if you were muted for a second. Did you just say no? Nope.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say something, but I chose not to.
Oh, I gotcha.
20 minutes after the murders. And he's on the phone with mommy. 9 a.m., he's back on the phone.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Driving around the crime scene. Did mom tell him to go back and get that knife sheath? Did she advise him to confess or not to speak?
Oh.
That's defamation of character right there. That could be a lawsuit if Brian's mom wants to sue. She never said any of that stuff. That's never been spoken about, never been talked about. There's never been any proof of that. Why are you making that statement there, Nasty?
Well, Ashley Banfield did the same thing on her show.
Like I said.
Said the same thing.
The trash mongers. They need to have their show together. And they can just stand there and throw trash cans at each other because that's what they do.
That's what bothers me. That's what bothers me the most is they sit there and they do that stuff. But if anybody on YouTube accidentally does anything like that, it's like we're the unprofessional ones or whatever. But
yeah, this is I know I'm being unprofessional today, but it's because I'm so sick of hearing and seeing this insolent ignorance. Okay, it's just disgusting to me. I'm sorry that it's a crime for people to call their parents and to express feelings of emotion towards them. That's horrible. Maybe your twins don't do it with you. I wouldn't either if I was one of your kids, but you know that maybe that's why she's not used to it. Just saying.
I think there's a difference when you start your show saying, look, this is going to get a certain way. Like, this isn't your normal everyday show that you always do. Like, you know, that's different than just she's putting on her show every day, all the time like this.
This is what her shows consist of. This is what it's about for her. Yes. And you're right. Yeah. That's why I do come in before I'm going to have a reaction that I know is going to be bad. I like to warn people just in case they don't want to hear it or they want to, you know, walk away for a while because it's not typically who I am, you know. But at some point, there, you can only let this be what it is for so long. You can only let this stuff go out without addressing it for so long, in my opinion. So, you know, that's exactly why I do that, Kim. So yeah, that's a good point.
20 minutes after the murders.
So there again, she must have some like really high up friends or something that she knows exact timeline that the murders took place to be able to say that 20 minutes later he makes a phone call. I'd like to know who she knows. I'm just saying, because we might have a little more info if we knew who she knew. You know what I mean?
Right. Spill it, Nancy.
100%. Like, you need to give us your sources there, Nasty, so that we can get that info too.
Yep.
And he's on the phone with mommy. 9 a.m., he's back on the phone. What were they talking about? 5.
What were they talking about? Oh my God. Can you only imagine? I miss you, Mom. Oh no, that's horrible to have that. Mom, what's for dinner tonight? I miss your cooking. I had a good week in school, Mom. It's cold here. Is it cold there? Oh my God. Can you imagine that conversation?
I know. I'm going to go to the store right now. Here's some of the things I'm going to get. Yeah.
Oh my God. It's horrible, guys. Like, shame on you for having that conversation with your mommy, as she puts it. You freak.
Phone calls over 3 hours at the time immediately after the murders. To Steve and Christy Gonzalez, you want me to believe she knew nothing and is a...
Yep. Why would she have to know anything? This is sickening.
Sister is saying to the New York Times, we had no idea. Really? What were they talking about? Have you thought about this?
Oh, yeah.
We know more than just that. We know from some of the stuff they pulled from his phone, she sent him links to the story. So
not that same day, but shortly after.
Yeah, shortly after. So yeah.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? His mother sent him links to the story close to the area that he lives in. And she sent it. I'm sorry, you guys. She sent links to her criminology student son that's going to school for criminology about a story that happened right near him. Shame on. I'm about to tell my mom that you know what? I better do that. Mom, you cannot tell me anything about stories that I cover or will cover in the future ever again. That's bad, Mom. We can't do that or have that conversation anymore, okay?
Yep.
Okay. Just making sure. This is so dumb. This is so dumb.
Yeah, and we know about they gave the bolo out on the car, and then just within a day or two, they start booking a flight to go get him, and then he wasn't.
That's not true either, because that whole thing was put in play when Brian moved there. That whole thing where Michael flew there to pick Brian up and to drive with him and all that shit, whatever you want to call it, that was pre-planned. When Brian moved there, that I will come back here and drive home for you for the holidays. End of story.
No one typically waits till the last minute to book a flight like that. It's at least going to be done weeks or, sometime in advance. It's not going to be like a couple days.
And probably. If that's the case, why don't they know this? Or do they know it and they're just ignoring it on purpose to follow the narrative? Because we know that. So how do they not know that? That's pretty damn strange. I'm just saying.
Coming back with that car, that whole trip to Pennsylvania was to get rid of evidence, his car, and help him clean it. As soon as he pulled up to the house, Dad jumped out of the car, moved his car out, and put his in the garage. So yeah, there's more to that too, but there's
none of that is true. None of that is true. None of that happened that way. Nothing. No.
Who's telling them this stuff?
So now, what is going on with this stuff? I get spam calls all day long.
Were they speaking to Bill Thompson directly, or were they assigned like a detective that was speaking to them?
Well, I think they were trying to stay in contact with Thompson the whole time, and that's where they were getting it from, the prosecutor's office. So it's more bullshit and propaganda to make them believe what they believe. This is all bullshit, guys.
That's
every bit of this is just garbage. And I'm not angry with them. They're being told this stuff. So whoever's telling them this, shame on you, because none of this stuff is true.
Right.
Good God.
This is why I don't trust anybody in like anything. Like, I need second opinions. I need to verify it for myself. I need to, because I've either experienced it or seen this too many times.
Right. And then to make a statement like this, the dad jumped out of the car instantly and pulled his car out of the garage. First off, it's a 2.5 car garage. You didn't have to do that. But again, I remember seeing a photograph, if I'm correct, showing Brian's car parked outside the garage in the driveway at some point. Maybe I'm wrong. I swear I
that's
saw
when
that.
he was bleaching it, Dago.
Which never happened either. And that came out of Thompson's mouth. None of that stuff is right. So this is all stuff that they were told by who knows who. And they're running with it because, in my opinion, if it's not true, then it doesn't make the story right. It doesn't make what they believe right. I'm sorry to say that, Again, that's with all due respect, but you have to stop listening to untruths from other people. Listen to the truth. Read the facts in the documents, in the reports. Read what the truth is and stop believing things that you want to believe are truth, in my opinion. Wow.
I thought they were starting to, I think it was right after the sentencing. They got some of the documents right away, remember? And they went to a restaurant and he said he started reading through them. I thought they really were going to pour through everything. But I don't know. Maybe it got too hard. I mean, I could understand that.
Absolutely. And I think something here could happen is if it comes to the point where they do get discovery for the civil suit, that they're going to start to see more truth than maybe they want to see.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard for them, I think, because then they will see, if they haven't, which I have a tendency to believe that they do know these things, they're going to see that this is not, the things they believed are not even close to the truth. Okay. And that's going to be sad, truly, that you're going to have that shock value of, why did we not know this? And if they don't, of course I'm saying, why did we not know this? Why were we not told this? And now we have to look like this, because it's going to make them look bad in some senses. Okay. Because they believed all this stuff without questioning it. And that should not be any way ever the way stuff like this goes down. I'm sorry if that made any sense, what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
Much we can focus on and so much we can work on, but we're not fools.
Yeah. And I mean, and we do know that he was wearing gloves inside the house almost the whole time. Matter of fact, when they went in to arrest him, he was indeed sitting at the kitchen table, wearing gloves, sorting trash. Now, whether he was...
Kim, if you were sorting trash to give to recyclable and regular trash, would you wear gloves?
I mean, I don't. But
I do. If I'm going through garbage for anything, like if I have to clean up garbage that an animal gets into for some reason, or if I'm sorting garbage per se, because I have some places here do recyclable and some do regular garbage. We burn some of ours here because we live in an area that you can, but I wear gloves because I don't want to get gook all over my hands for anything.
Well, if I had to go into the trash, yeah, into the trash, yeah.
That's all I'm saying is that's exactly, and from my understanding, that's not exactly what it was. He was wearing like dishwashing gloves because he's sorting garbage. I mean, this is not a big damn deal. And it never, if they say that he put it in his neighbor's trash, I'm done.
Doing that while the family was all sleeping. I find it hard to believe that they didn't notice that he was going around wearing gloves. Maybe he was sorting trash only while they were asleep and they didn't notice.
How do they know that he was wearing gloves in the house the whole time he was there?
Yeah.
Again, I don't believe that's true.
But why are you just walking around the house wearing gloves?
Do you understand what autism is? Oh, I guess not. I'm sorry.
Why are you out there obsessively in your car?
Right there, Christy.
There she goes, interrupting her again. Look at Christy's face when she does it too. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah. And I mean, the sister didn't talk about the gloves, I don't
No,
think.
she didn't.
But she did say that I think she said they played games, like family games and stuff while he was home, right? Over for Christmas. And I don't know. I think if you were talking about, I don't know, maybe not. I feel like that's something she probably would have addressed. Because it seemed like she was trying to target all of those things. So maybe, like, what I'm saying is, if he did, I think she would have mentioned it and said, look, he's like a germaphobe. And even when we were playing the Wii, he would wear these gloves because he didn't want to get anybody else's germs on him or something like that. And the sister never mentioned it.
I'm muted again. Yes, 100%.
I don't know.
And hey, Jules, I fully agree with you. Yeah, he's a germaphobe, but okay. I'm OCD. Like, I have a lot of issues like that it's part of my thing, you know? Again, there's no understanding here, nor trying to understand what autism or any of these other issues that Brian may have had are. He's a bad person. End of story.
I have a relative who went away to college, a male, and it was in a rural area and first time away from home for a long time and wasn't the type of place he was used to. And I think he developed like an anxiety type thing, and he was scrubbing his hands like constantly. And I think it was like this nervous, because it went away after he left that.
And then he did it when he went to jail.
Situation and back at home, like that went away.
Yeah, and when he goes to jail, he's doing it again. And you guys call me what you want, but I wash my hands. When the big C happened, my wife can attest to this. I washed my hands until they bled.
Oh wow!
And then I was adding the sanitizer in it. They bled because they dried out and cracked.
Yeah.
No.
I went through that too. Yeah, as a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were literally bloody and dry and cracked, and it was disgusting. I mean, it's harsh, and because I was so OCD about not getting germs on my hands because of that. You know, I mean, like I said, she can attest to it. People do this all the time.
Yeah, and I think if you have those tendencies already, when you're in a heightened state of something, it's going to bring that out more.
Yes.
I don't know.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I truly believe. Shut up, Twiz. Wash your hands for 5 years.
You know, this morning,
I believe him.
Walking out, I went, hold on, you got a white fuzzy attached to your leg. And I went over and got it off, and she walked.
What the hell does this have to do with the price of tea in China? Did you hear what you just said? Look.
Trash. Now, whether he was doing that while the family was all sleeping, I find it hard to believe that they didn't notice that he was going around wearing gloves. Maybe he was sorting trash only while they were asleep and they didn't notice that. But why are you just walking around the house wearing gloves? Why are you out there obsessively in your car?
There, Christy. You know, this morning, as my daughter was walking out, I went, hold on, you got a white fuzzy attached to your leg. And I went over and got it off, and she walked out the door. I noticed.
Because you're a psycho. That's why that happened.
That. They didn't notice he was wearing gloves in the house?
That's why I don't believe that he was. Sorry.
They didn't want to notice it, is what it is.
Sorting his garbage.
Those phone calls.
Here's the thing is, I would like to know, does the whole family sort garbage? Because Willie said that some of those areas up there, especially in the gated communities, they have to separate their garbage. That's normal. Okay. And I know that we have areas here in Ohio that we have little bins for plastic and our garbage can for regular trash. And then we have another bin for, I think it's cardboard in some places. And that's what you're supposed to do. And if you don't do it, they don't take your garbage. End of story.
Calls to me are damning. They're damning. And I wonder if the mother was ever questioned about.
You're damning nasty.
what the content of those phone calls over and over and over, going to the crime scene, going around and around and around like a vulture at the crime scene. What were they talking about? Was she questioned? To the Goncalves family, I beg you not to look at the photos any further. I beg you, because it's going to be up here the rest of your life. Mm-hmm. What is your message tonight, Mr. and Mrs. Goncalves?
It really is just, with society changing the way it is and so many people having access to it via the internet and being able to get these pictures, they fall in the wrong hands. And it's just
everybody's a news network, but they don't have the education to be a journalist.
An 18-year-old TikToker, getting them out there and just
I wouldn't have done the right thing at 18 either. So it's just our leaders have to be better than this.
And we are no different than people in the past. I'm not trying to say that we're better, but things need to change. It's a time to change this.
You know what? For the first time ever, Mr. and Mrs. Goncalves, I completely disagree with you. I think right is right and wrong is wrong. And there's no excuse for that. There is no excuse for hurting the victims' families for your own monetary gain.
Then, Nancy, I'm telling you, then you need to start working for free, chick, because you're doing the same damn thing.
Yep.
Hand your paycheck over, say, listen, I'm going to do this because I want to do it, and I don't want a paycheck from you. I'm here for free. I'm yours, baby. Do it, Nancy. You can do it. Idiot.
Yep.
For a moment, for another click, for a higher rating. It's wrong. As I've told my children.
She's talking about herself. How is she doing this? And she's literally talking about herself. A higher rating for a click, but you're talking about yourself. Good God, this woman has 0 brain cells left in her brain. I'm telling you.
Well, and she's on multiple platforms, right? She's on like regular TV. She's on YouTube. She's on Apple iTunes. She's getting ad money from everywhere. She's getting paid from networks. I mean, she's raking it in.
Yeah, you think? Let's see something here. 1 minute, you guys. One second. You definitely don't want to be making money off people's heartbreak, right? Okay. So that's her house. Damn. You can't be doing that for free.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. That's a BMW.
Oh.
And an SUV. Let's see. Let's see. Where's the rest of it? Her net worth. I had it listed here. It's something like $147 million is her net worth. Did somebody give you that for a gift, Nancy? Or how are you making that money like that there, sweetie? Let's see. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was wrong. That must have been from previous. Okay. Her $18 million fortune. I'm sorry. $18 million, not 147. But still, that's your net worth.
Yeah. Pretty nice.
Children, if it feels wrong, it is wrong. There's something wrong when you feel like, is this right? It's not right. When you feel those tingles or you feel hot, when you're saying something or doing something, stop, because it's wrong. And your conscience is telling you that's wrong. So I can explain it away with the times they be a-changing. That doesn't cut it with me. But please know tonight, you are in our prayers as always, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Well, maybe you should donate. I don't know.
Look at Steve's face.
Right?
Steve's
Maybe
like, well, we didn't get a whole lot out of that one.
Right, exactly. Maybe she should donate $1 million and start a fund for this situation, since it's such a bad thing. Because I know if I was worth 25 million, I'd have did that a long time ago. You know, you don't see her doing that. Interesting.
Oh yeah, and remember, they didn't want a reward, right? You couldn't put a reward up for anything.
Nope.
I'll never understand that either.
Nope. So trashy is as trashy does. I'm telling you guys, I think her and Skeletor should do a show together. Yeah, Steve looked pissed to me. I'll just be honest. And irritated. Truly.
Yeah, you caught the one time when Christy made the face when she got interrupted, and I noticed one earlier when I think it was when she started telling this OJ Simpson story. He kind of like did one of those, like looked down. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think their purpose is, you guys, of going on there? Like, I'm trying to think, like, what was their whole purpose of being on there? Was there a point? Was there
I'm gonna guess that there's a bit of a pay, like something has been paid to them for this. That's just my guess.
Yeah, like I'm asking, like, because a lot of times, like, if you have a child that goes missing, you'll like put me on every news station I can possibly get on because I want to keep this active, right? I don't want it to get cold. Or, you know, hey, there's been some misinformation. I mean, I guess they wanted to talk about the photos. I guess maybe their mission was to like pull at some heartstrings to get people to back off the pictures. Maybe.
I mean, it could be, but unfortunately, I don't think that was going to work.
Yeah. Oh, and I wanted to ask you about that. So Christy said there were 3 victims in the photos. Did you see 3?
The only 2 that I knew of that were plausible was Xana, Kaylee. I don't know who the third one would be, and nothing that I noticed, unless I missed that too. And that would tell you how inconspicuous the photographs are, because you really can't see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is Kaylee the one that everybody's looking in a light bulb reflection, or
That's
window
the one
reflection?
that I'm guessing that's one of them. A lot of people don't see it, but you know,
Yeah.
I'm guessing that one. It could be. There was somebody stating that Ethan was in one of the pictures somewhere.
I thought I heard that too.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it. That doesn't mean it's not there. I wasn't really looking hard for like in the pictures. I just was looking at the pictures. And I fell upon the Xana one, and then the Kaylee one was sent to me. And I've heard about, like I said, the Ethan one, but I never. There was one of the photographs you could see Xana's hair coming out of the body bag, if that counts, maybe. Maybe. Somebody said, "Have I seen Banfield?" No. Why did they do something too like this? Jeez, I don't know if I can handle 2 reactions in one day to people like this.
Yeah, that's the one I was mentioning, where she basically had the same talking points.
Oh, about the photographs or about?
I think the photos.
Let me look. Maybe I will look at it and just get it out of the way now. That way I get all my explosive behaviors out of the way for a long period of time, and I don't have to worry about blowing up later.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see. Let me see if it exists. I don't see it anywhere, though. Is it alive, or is it? Members only Q&A. Ask me anything. Oh, I wish I'd have made that one. I got
Ask me anything. I would have paid a membership just to get in there.
You are not lying. I would have asked you all sorts of questions.
Oh my God, you guys, we should all do that. We should all buy a membership at the same time with someone does
and
that.
Take over the channel and ask everything we can.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We'll spam the chat.
I do see this one. Where'd it go? I just saw it. Well, shoot. What'd you do with it there? 1 minute, you guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What did Skeletor say? Where the hell did it go? I just was looking at it. I think I held that one. I tried to be polite for that one, guys. So hopefully it wasn't too bad. There it is. Nope. This is almost harder for me sometimes. I know this one came out. I didn't look at this, but how long is this? It's not long. Okay. I'll go ahead and tear her apart too real quick.
I'm going to listen and chat again. I'll be back in a little bit.
You leaving? Am I too much? If you don't want me to do it, I won't do it.
No, I just need a break. I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Well Known. But there's been a question ever since the authorities stormed his family's home in rural Pennsylvania, just a little over a month since the bloodbath at 1122 King Road. And that is, what did Brian Kohberger's family know about him, if anything? And when did they know it? Again, if they knew anything at all. Brian was arrested that night in late December 2022, and for 3 long years, during which Kohberger confessed to killing those 4 kids, right? And was sentenced to life in prison. Kohberger's family faced a ton of suspicion and speculation that somehow they had known what had happened all along and that they kept their mouths shut. They even got compared to Brian Laundrie's parents. They did keep quiet in public throughout Brian's entire detention, as well as his guilty pleas and that sentencing. They stayed quiet. But now his older sister, Mel Kohberger, is speaking out. She did an interview with the New York Times, and in the interview, Mel Kohberger says that she and her mom and her dad and her sister Amanda were all dumbfounded and devastated to learn what the investigators suspected. And then, of course, what her brother eventually admitted to. Earlier on my News Nation show, Banfield, I went over all of the revelations that Mel lined up in this interview with the New York Times. And then I talked to our senior national correspondent at News Nation, Brian Enton. We talked about this jaw-dropping interview, right, that Mel Kohberger gave to the Times, especially the description of one moment in the Kohberger kitchen when Mel cut her finger and her brother Brian Kohberger was repulsed by the sight of blood. Brian Kohberger, repulsed by the sight of blood, one little cut on his sister's finger. What the hell is that about? I am going to play you this entire conversation in just a moment.
It means he's human and you're an idiot because you don't want to believe that.
And since Brian Enton was so invested and spent so much time out in Idaho, I was really looking forward to talking to him about this because I just, I couldn't wait to dig into it. So much of it made sense and so much of it didn't. First, though, I just want to say a quick thank you to you for being here. You make this true crime podcast possible every single time you're here. So thank you. I also want to thank my sponsors because they also make this possible for me. And Masa Chips has joined my team. Yum. Here's what I love about Masa Chips, and you're going to love it too. Have you ever looked at the back of a typical bag of chips? It's insane. Half the ingredients are things I can't even pronounce, like seed oils and MSG and artificial dyes and those natural flavors that are absolutely not natural. So here's the deal. I am obsessed with Masa Chips. They're like chips that you would make on a farm. You know, the way food used to be before everything started coming out of a lab. They've just got 3 ingredients, just 3. Organic corn, sea salt, and 100% grass-fed beef tallow. That is it. And if you love masa, they got a sister brand called Vandy Crisps, potato chips with just 3 ingredients. And you're welcome. I'm going to give you 25% off your first order. Just use my code Banfield when you go to masachips.com or vandycrisps.com, or you can click the link in the description, or you can scan the QR code. And if you want them today, Masa and Vandy are now available in Sprouts, those stores nationwide. So grab a couple of bags before I get to them first. Pro tip, try the lime. They're awesome. Okay, back to the Kohberger family and the interview that was given to the New York Times by Brian Kohberger's sister, Mel. Here is my conversation about it with Brian Enton.
Brian, I hung off of every single word in Mel's interview with the New York Times. And I have to say my heart breaks for this family because so many families are vilified. I think they have an expression for it. It's like, I have to find it. I wrote it down somewhere, but it's basically like they're just guilt by association. What were your thoughts when you read this interview?
Yeah, I know the reporter, Mike Baker. He's an excellent reporter who interviewed Mel. And you're right. I mean, it's the first time we've heard anything from the Kohbergers throughout this entire process. We've seen them many times. We tried to talk to them outside court. They stayed totally silent. Obviously, I think they're still trying to be respectful to the system. And I noticed, I was thinking about a lot of the things that she wouldn't talk about clearly. She didn't ever really say whether she thought her brother was actually guilty, and she didn't want to talk about the court process, but it definitely gave us a glimpse inside how difficult this was for them too. And like you said, I mean, you have to remember with his sisters, with his family, obviously this really wasn't their fault, and in many ways they have been vilified.
What was super creepy was Mel's description of the conversations that the family was having that Christmas, right? He kills these kids, a couple weeks later, crosses the country, comes home and spends a lovely Christmas with his family, during which time they're talking about the crime that happened back where he goes to school.
Right. Remember, he was home for Christmas break, so the whole family was there, and everybody in the world pretty much was talking about this case, apparently including them now, according to Mel. And she says she was concerned because Brian Kohberger didn't lock his doors and was known to go out on these late night runs and drives, and was almost like worried about him because there was this killer on the loose. I guess little did she know it was actually her brother. But I want to read you a quote from the article she wrote. She said, "Brian, you're running outside and this psycho killer is on the loose." She remembers telling him, "Be careful," and he thanked her for checking on him and assured.
And that statement right there, you guys, tells me that she never one time thought her brother was the person that did this. If she's making that statement to him, that's just kind of a common sense thing, you know? What's up, Fizzy? Welcome, dear. Hope you had a good day at work today. Yeah, the dog's been inside, hon. I believe me. He's not frozen outside waiting for me. No.
Assured her that he would stay safe, which is just so weird to think about that, in that moment. And, he's now admitted to the crimes. He knew that he was the one responsible, and yet was home and, telling his sister, "Yeah, I'll be careful." Very, very strange to think about.
I mean, listen, you and I have been at this rodeo enough times to know that when someone does something horrible, there's all this guilt by association. The family suffers. They're needled and prodded, and they're picked apart by, the internet. All sorts of false accusations are made. I think a book was even written.
So many false accusations made towards them. It's pretty bad. Once again.
An Amazon book about the case came out with Melissa J. Kohberger as the author. Not true. She didn't. Yeah. She did not write a book. It's a fraud, and it's just they could say so much about how hard it's been for them, but they don't. Mel says none of that because she said she recognizes how brutal this has been for the victims' family members. And
wow, I'm glad we looked at this, you guys. See? Now she's actually telling the truth there, as the exact opposite of what Nasty Disgrace just said. Okay. She didn't. Melissa didn't say anything. And like I said with Kim, she automatically put the victims' families in front of their own possible pain. So there's proof of that, and this is even coming from Skeletor. So that's a problem.
That's why they stayed quiet, just to not traumatize these family members.
Yeah, and you could tell kind of reading between the lines of the article, I think she was probably trying to be careful too, to not try to come across too much like they were victims or like her family was a victim. And there was one part that really stood out to me where she said that she, remembers the victims and honors the victims, and even said that in her phone, she has the victims' birthdays saved. So she remembers each victim on their own particular birthday, which stood out to me and just shows, that I guess the process that they've been going through too with dealing with this, knowing that it's their brother, that it's her brother, that it's their family member, that it's their son, but also remembering the victims too. And I'll tell you, seeing them in court, I obviously knew that they had feelings and that they were victims in a sense in all of this, but they didn't show that.
Oh, see, Frodo's even doing it. He called them victims because they are victims. See, these two aren't so bad, even though I can't stand either one of them, Skeletor or Frodo. But yeah, they're making decent statements. They're telling the truth, at least, unlike Nasty, Disgraceful.
That side in court so much. They never really looked over at the victims' families, and they never made any statements outside court. They never made any written statements. But now it's coming out that they felt pretty bad about this all along.
Well, and that heart that we all zoomed in on that was in front of Brian Koberger during the sentencing, it turns out Mel actually drew that heart for him just to remind him that he's loved by his family, which I understand. This is a family. You cannot imagine what they're going through. I do want to ask you about this very unusual moment. It's the only thing that sort of gets close to crime, and that is that Mel cut her finger on foil, like a foil wrap in the kitchen, and it was bloody. And Brian made a comment about it. Describe what that was.
Yeah, remind me. I don't remember that part of the article. What did he say again, Ashley? Because I remember it was
weird.
It was home, right? During Christmas, she cut her finger.
Yeah.
And what did he say?
And he was like grossed out by the blood and still helped her to bandage it. And all.
That's an awesome statement, Jen. This is fact right here, folks. This is the fact of the year. Here's the thing. All of these people, as much as they talk shit on Brian, say crap and lies about him, make up all these lies and all this bullshit, every one of them would pay top dollar and fight to have his interview. That is a fact, including Nasty Disgraceful. 100%. 100%.
All I kept thinking was like, you've just caused one of the biggest bloodbaths in true crime history, and there you are with your sister in a little tiny cut with blood, grossed out by it. I couldn't process that.
Yeah, and
I love you, nothing I do. That's just being a decent person as they are. You fake nice hobbit. Go back to the Shire. Thank you.
Remembering now, she said that she was surprised he was helping her so much because he had been so grossed out by blood in the past, but still helped her in that moment, which, you're right. It's weird to think about when we know how gruesome the murders were and how many times he stabbed the victims and how bloody it was, that she's saying that he was, that he was grossed out by a cut from tinfoil. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around. It almost makes you wonder if he, had like almost two personalities way,
Yeah. Oh, I think so. I think that personality in the house that night is like none other that he's shown anyone else before. Brian Anton, I was so looking forward to talking to you about this because I've just been like ruminating on this interview all day. Thank you for this. I appreciate it. And Happy New Year, my friend.
Thank you. And I missed you too.
Whatever. I don't want to hear your gross, weird stuff. Yeah, they're all keep saying that why he hasn't talked, why he isn't talking. Why would he talk to anybody? I don't blame him. I wouldn't talk to any of them after everything that they've said about him. Honest to God, I wouldn't either. Nobody has said anything even remotely decent about him. And anytime anybody has, they cut you off or cuss you out. You know what I mean? It's just insane to me.
And I always thought Brian would work with his old professor, but ever since she said what she said about his plea, I'm like, that's probably broken now.
Yeah, I would venture to say. Here's what I'm looking for, Kim, too, and I kind of can't wait. I hope it happens. I do. When all of this comes to the surface, when the truth actually finally comes out, in my opinion, the truth, okay? And Brian is shown to be absolutely 100% innocent of what everybody claims that he did. How the public is going to, how the propagandized public is going to react to him, what they're going to say to him, what's going to come from it. Are you cold? Jeez, I wish I could. Yeah. Anyway, I was going to say, like, you're all wrapped up and bundled. Like, what? How are you cold? But I get it. Okay, it's not your problem, not your fault. I mean,
I'll tell you later.
Yeah, no, I got you. When he's exonerated and all that kind of stuff, so on and so forth, how the public is going to react to him, or these channels, all of these people, in my opinion, MSNBC, CBS, NBC, Frodo, Anton, Skeletor, Banfield, Nasty, Disgraceful, all of these people are going to want to have a conversation with Brian. And I hope he does this to every one of them. I hope he does, because nobody deserves that at that point, in my opinion. And excuse me for the vulgarity, but that's truly what I truly hope happens. I hope he doesn't give anybody anything. Nobody deserves it at that point. None of these people, none of them deserve it at this point, because all they did was propagandize negativity from him, to him, and at him.
Yeah, he should write his own book.
At that point, yeah, and I hope he sues the shit out of everybody for the defamation of character, the absolute nasty, disgusting things they said to and about him, about his family, all of it. I hope he owns News Nation. Maybe one day we'll see Brian popping up here on News Nation talking instead of Frodo and Skeletor here. And I know it's childish that I do that, you guys. That's the only way I can exhaust my anger and angst towards these people, is by making stupid comments like that. So please excuse my immaturity when it comes to that. But anything to add to this before we get out of here? We're about at 4 hours now, you guys, and I figured that's enough time for you to have to deal with my voice and my ugly mug.
Nope, it's just the Koolaid is the mainstream narratives, right? That
who actually drank it.
Keep drinking and drinking. And I think the public would buy Brian's innocence if someone comes out, if there's a hearing or a trial somewhere along the way that he gets, where actual evidence can come out to prove it.
I agree. And I've seen many guilters, quite a few, that have kind of flipped the script, changed tracks, moved the channel, changed the channel, moved tracks, whatever you want to call it. I said it backwards. And they're still doing it. I mean, honestly, from what I can tell, they're still doing it. Okay. And I think there's going to be more and more and more as this goes on, to the point where there's going to be so many people that at some point, many people are actually going to fully believe that this was not Brian Koberger.
Especially the biggest thing, that if they could even just give an idea, an example of how his DNA might have possibly gotten on a sheath. Like, yes, he used to own one. It got stolen. It got lost. It got left in the park. It got taken out of his car. I don't know, something. Or he was with some friends and they were passing this knife around. Anything for an explanation.
Agreed.
About that, along with the proof that he wasn't in that area, that he never stopped at the house, that, all of that stuff.
I fully agree with that 100%, Kim. Absolute. Hold on here. I got an email I'm trying to pull real quick. By the way, hold on. Okay, so I did just get an email back from Mr. Myers that Yoli may be joining us. It's not 100%, but because she's got appointments throughout the day, but she might be joining us as well tomorrow. For those of you that just popped in here, by the way, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be joined by Mr. Andrew Myers, very possibly Julie. or Yoli. Sorry, guys. So if you have questions that you want us to ask Mr. Andrew, things like that, get them together if you can, because it's going to be a great show, guys. I have lots to talk about with Andrew about this case, about the crime scene photographs, and so on and so forth. So that is happening tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, love to see you guys all here. Make sure you guys share it out. Let everybody know what we're going to be doing here tomorrow.
Yep.
And hopefully we'll have all of you here, Kim. Hopefully you'll be in here with us as well. It should be a good one. And like I said, guys, get your questions together that we're going to be bringing to Mr. Myers. I have a lot of questions actually to ask him as far as that goes. Thank you, Noel, for your email. I'm sorry. My question is, we've all seen the sheath. Now, how on God's green earth did his DNA stay on it in that position? Well, let's ask another question, Fizzy. And Kim, I got this for you. So when we saw how the sheath was placed where it was placed with the top side down, and when they made the statement in the PCA, how did he make the statement that he saw later on, I think it was, that a USMC Marine Corps stamped knife sheath? How'd you see that, Brett? Because that USMC stamp was down.
Oh, good catch. Good catch.
Just
I know. I mean, I'd have to look back at those photos again, but do you think you could see it from the door?
Not like that.
On the
No
side,
way.
you would be absolutely looking diagonal from the door on the opposite side of the bed, and it was hanging off the edge. I don't know if you can see
And it was
from-
blocked by the body and the comforters and all that. It was a big poopy comforter. How did you see it? And how did you know it said USMC on it until after you picked it up?
Yeah.
Or whoever? Because there's also another report where one of the forensics guys said that they pulled a blanket back and then they saw it. So
Yeah.
how dare we? I love that you put
I
that
mean,
up
I
there.
think maybe he's just describing it from the door. I don't know if it literally means he was standing at the door, so I'll give it that. Like, I might be reading it. Yeah, I'm reading too much into that. But someone said he's not tall enough to see it.
I don't know how he saw over the bed, to be honest with you. He's like 4'7" or something.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
Also, if you look at the pictures of Bethany's bed, bullshit. They did not sleep in that bed. There's shit all over. Oh, did you look at Dylan's bed?
I know.
Neither one of the beds look like nobody slept that night, and we know that, you guys. Come on, these are just common sense things.
Yeah.
Fizzy said, I think they write it after they say it with. Yeah, that's the only way it's possible. But the way they wrote it was that he saw it that way, and that's what he knew that it was. So,
yeah. Watch
how you write things, Mr. Payne.
Yeah.
He's got go gadget legs, and yeah, right, Jen. Right. Let's see. What else we got in here? You guys were awesome today. I truly appreciate each and every one of you guys. Say what?
Yes, this was awesome.
And thank you for putting up with my reaction to Nasty Disgraceful. That is probably the worst. Yeah, she's got to be the worst reporter I've ever seen in my life report anything. She's so disgusting to me and beyond disgraceful. Sorry. Not sorry. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. And again, let's think about what we heard Steve say, that he believes at this point that there were two people, his daughter not being one of them, that are targets in this murder, guys. That's interesting to me. You like Sassy Dago? Well, I don't like to be that way, but I have no choice at some time. The Sicilian has to come out somewhere down the road, guys. It's part of life.
Yep, I have to do it sometime.
Especially in this genre, I can't keep it all bottled up all the time. So, yes, she is definitely the most hateful. Thank you, Jesse. You too, hon. His statement doesn't make sense. Why didn't he just say what he said? Say what you're going to say, Steve. There's two of them, and that Maddie's one of them. So if you go in and read into what he's saying, guys, it tells a story. And I think we all know that story. Why do you believe that? Give some details, Steve. Tell us why you think what you think. That's why I would love to interview them. I really would. And it would be done with absolute respect again. And nobody would be allowed to voice anything negative at them ever. I just wouldn't do it. I just want, just like Kim said, I have questions. I want you to answer some questions for me. That's all I really want. And one of the main questions would be, Steve, why don't you see the things we see? And if you do see them, why don't you react to them? Why don't they bother you? That's one of the biggest questions. Like, how do you not see these things? You know, it's nuts to me. And I would ask him again, what is your be all end all? You know, what's your end result that you want, Steve, with this WSU lawsuit? What is it that you want from this? What are you going to?
I don't know what's been said to him. I mean, he's clearly been told to back off and stop doing certain things a few times along the way, at
Quite a few.
least. So Lord knows who those people were, what they said.
Right.
He might have doubts or thoughts about certain things that he's holding in until, just like the rest of us, like we've all had gut feelings along the way, but until the information comes out that either confirms or denies, you can't do anything with that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people hold on to that DNA. I mean, I hate that because it's
agreed.
Gotten such a narrative in the public view that, you know, DNA.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the one thing that we can't dispute it right now.
What's up, Willie? No, I agree with you. I do, truly.
So
Fancy made a good point. Steve sees an outsider. That's why he says WSU brought him there to hunt us.
Yeah.
That outsider thing has been a thing for a while, you guys. And it's just, that's ridiculously insane. I'm sorry.
Especially in a college town.
Everybody's an outsider.
Most of the students outsiders.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mostly all of them are out in both towns, both Pullman and Moscow. They're mostly all outsiders. So come on now.
Yeah.
Let's be realistic here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling as well, Jesse. I do. I truly do.
Yeah.
And like I said, I would love to see them succeed if it's going to give them the full discovery on everything. I think that would be great. I don't see it happening that way, though. I just don't.
But I think them losing means real information coming out, don't you? Like if it goes in their favor, then that means Brian's guilty, and it's just a narrative. So I think them losing means, unless they keep that all out of it, and it's just they're just gonna only focus on, we did what we needed to do with paperwork to follow those laws.
Good point.
They might not even bring anything about the case into it.
That's a really good point. Honest to God, it is. We all need to send WSU lawyers facts that we figured out, especially law enforcement and state prosecutors, saying that he didn't stalk them. Save them some time. I mean, hey, maybe we will say what. We'll see what happens. It might be a good idea.
You should. I don't know if they're going to use that as their defense, though. I don't know.
I agree. I agree. We want full justice more than they do. It's pathetic, and I agree with Willie on that one. It is. Guys, make sure that you have subscribed to the Truth Nation Uncensored with our friend Willie there. You get to jump on over there and watch him go off when he does go live about the things that all of us want to go off about. He does it on a regular basis for good reason, guys. So, yes, go check him out if you will.
Yes, I saw you had a lot of new names in here today. That was awesome to see. Yeah, great.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, let me show something here real fast. Lucy posted a little bit ago. Thank you, Lucy. She said, for those that are interested in the lawsuit against WSU, additional to the online docket available at Pacer, you can find information on the case that is provided by Pacer. Often documents are available at no cost after a document has been purchased from Pacer, from the Pacer website. Let me show you guys these links here. Here, let me just give you the links. Thank you.
Write that one down. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. There's, oh my God. Why are these links like this? Holy shnikes, that's not going to work. All right, so here's what I'm going to, how am I going to do this, Lucy?
Do they work? Can someone click on it and see if it works? I'm sure it'll work.
One of you guys click on that and see what happens. I don't think it's going to work.
It might not work as a link. They probably have to copy it and paste it into their search bar.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to give you this link. That makes more sense anyway. So this is the link Lucy offered, and here, I didn't think it was going to work. Click on this one instead. That should work. Try that link there. Sorry, you guys. And you guys can click on that link and it'll open this up. When you go in and to read it, hit the read more button. It'll open all that up in the description. It'll give you all the links if you want to go to them. So get rid of that. Let me get rid of that other one. That's ridiculous. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. That worked good. There you guys go. Yeah, go into that, and then you'll, like I said, in the statement, it says, for those interested, click in the read more box, go down, and it says GONCALVES versus Washington State University, blah, 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 District Court, WD, Washington, image 1, image 2, and image 3, and it shows, it'll show
You have to go to her community post, because it said it takes you to her channel.
No, it takes you automatically to a community post that she put up, and it'll have the link inside, and it brings this up for you guys.
Gotcha.
Where you can go in, download the PDF, buy on Pacer if you want, and all that other stuff like she was saying. So there again. And thank you, Lucy. Very, very much appreciated. Very helpful.
Yeah, on the community post, you should see the other links, right? That's what you're saying? Yeah, look for the links in the community post.
Yeah, right there. So if you go into this post here, it'll take you directly to this post, right? And then you click on read more.
Fine print, you guys. Fine print. Read more.
It opens up these links here, and this takes you to all 3 of the dockets. Okay. It gives all of that stuff.
Nice.
For a second, and there's the 3rd link right there, and it gives you the paperwork, everything. So again, thank you so much, Miss Lucy, for being awesome. Appreciate you very much.
Click the like on her community tab when you go there.
Please do. Please do. And or her channel, guys. You don't want to not be subscribed to her channel. Please make sure we have Lucy's link in here for that as well, guys. Just a general link for her channel. That way it'll be easier in some people's. Good stuff, Ro. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Any of the mods that are not super busy after this, jump into the mod chat with me just for a few minutes if we can. Not 9 hours, just a few minutes. Other than that, guys, don't forget tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wait a minute. Nope, stop. 7:30 p.m., which I have an hour. I forgot. I will be joining Birdie over at the Hive. 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then once that's done, it shouldn't only be an hour or so. Then I will be jumping back on to the Devil's Advocates Crimes After Dark panel and doing what we do. And I'm looking forward to both, and I hope to see you all there for both. Make sure we put Birdie's link in here, guys, and of course Devil's Advocates link. If nobody has that, for the newer people and you're not used to that, please. Thank you so much, SRB. Please hop on over and check it out. The show should be great with Birdie, and it's always great over there with Devil's Advocate, guys. Always. So I hope to see you guys there. Kim, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate you.
You're welcome. This was great.
Absolutely. It's always a great time when you get to join us. I appreciate it so much. Everybody in the chat, you guys know I love you to death, 100%. We wouldn't exist without you. Thank you to my amazing moderators, my videographer, my executive producer, my co-host and channel manager, and all my amazing moderators. Sorry, guys, I'm losing my train of thought. And all of you guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change anything. You guys are the beautiful people mods, I will see you guys soon. And everybody else, I will see you guys over at Birdie's in just a little bit. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Diego.
Bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the True Crime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one. Until